me 1 second, everyone. Oh, hello. How is everyone? Oh my. Is everyone doing well? That's very good. I was going to say good morning, but it's not for you. Yeah, it's afternoon. Oh my gosh, we have 200 people on here. Oh my goodness. Okay. 330 people on here. If the 370 people on here, if y'all can send likes, that would be great. Let's get this to as many eyes and ears as we possibly can. Wild. Okay. Almost 500 people on here. Wow. Okay. I did not expect it to go that quickly. Guest requests are on now. Send a guest request if you want to come disagree. Thank you to everyone sending likes. Thank you to everyone sharing. Thank you for the gifts. That boosts the live mainly. I get actually very, very, very little money off of this. But it boosts the live, and that's what's good. So yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, let's see, if you send a guest request down here if you disagree with this, yeah, thank you so much. White savior rage rate. Look, all I'm advocating is that my country stop funding a hereditary. Hello.
What's up? How you doing?
Doing pretty well. Did you send a guest request to disagree?
Yeah, appreciate it, I guess. Thanks. Uh,
What?
no, I just appreciate it, I guess. Thanks. Thank you for having me. Um,
No problem.
all right. So yeah, I don't know, I disagree.
Great. Why? Where on what basis do you disagree?
Well, I mean, since we currently are funding and you want to change the status quo, shouldn't you be kind of telling me why you agree first?
Because I don't want to fund war crimes.
Okay. Um, I mean, and aside from Israel-Palestine, I mean, is there any other conflicts that U.S. is funding that you don't want to fund because of war crimes, or is it just this one?
Oh yeah, by and large, I believe in a reduction of the American funding of a few things, but that doesn't really matter to this discussion, does it? That's what
No, no,
about
I
isn't.
understand. I understand. No, no, no. I'm just wondering if it's like more central
Uh-huh.
or if
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like more
I'm
diverse. All right. No, I mean, I
I'm
appreciate
I'm
the con
I'm for almost unilateral de-escalation of American conflicts. Right, we can talk
Okay.
about individual conflicts and how to deal with them, but I think by and large
No, no,
our
no, no.
funding of Israel has
100%.
helped no one. Yeah.
It's helped no one. I mean, he
Yeah.
hasn't. Okay, all right, so cool. Okay, so that's interesting starting point. So, like, hasn't the funding of the Iron Dome kind of helped Israel, or at least helped limit the amount of casualties overall?
In some way, like the purely defensive discussions, perhaps, but that's not by and large where their funding goes. And also, they developed Iron Dome with partial American funding, but Iron Dome was primarily it was an Israeli development. But
No, I think we gave him the Patriot missile and then they updated. So, all right, so you don't, so you're not saying, so do you wait, should you change that statement then that it
no, they
hasn't
have enough
been?
funding to defend themselves right now. So the American funding, right, is helping to subsidize at the very least their offensive missiles. But yeah, I don't think it's helped. Okay, let me clarify the statement. I don't
Okay,
think our funding has been beneficial on net
on that. Okay, fair. All right. How do you know that they have enough funding to defend themselves?
because they have billions and billions of dollars of funding. I have no doubt that they're one of what they're the fourth largest military in the world. I think if
That's
we
not
yeah
true. That's not true. They're not the fourth
okay
largest military in
I'm
the world.
by
Well, I
funding
mean,
they are
by funding, are they?
yeah by funding per capita they are.
Sorry, I feel like, I would just like to know. I mean, you're saying stuff, right? I mean, I want to know, like, based upon statistics, like, is that actually true? Like, so you're saying that based upon the amount of money they get per individual in the country, it's the largest in of all the people that the U.S. provides money for
In the world.
in the
Like
no, yeah, no, I mean, no,
not just our vassal states. But I think the important discussion is why we would continue to fund like the horrendous acts they're doing, right? Like when I'm talking about it, there are lots and lots of countries that we could defend. There are lots and lots of countries that we could fund. Lots and lots of countries and states that are committing notably less war crimes, not actively killing thousands of civilians, right? The question is why Israel deserves our money in any way, shape, or form when they've consistently shown no alignment to international policy.
interesting. You said a lot there. I'm just taking it in. I mean, I feel like no alignment to international policy. What would international policy be?
I mean, even the international agreements they signed on to the Geneva Convention, and yet they consistently violate it.
Okay. So I don't know what do you so what do you think Israel should do right now?
An immediate ceasefire.
And what about the hostages?
Oh, they're killing more hostages than Hamas are,
Based upon
based upon like all the international reporting. I believe the most recent international reporting is that roughly like 30 to 40 hostages in Palestine have been killed by Israeli missiles. That's all the information we have. We have no
but
reports
how
of
how do we
Hamas
know that? How's the international community know that?
off of all the available information. I don't doubt that information is biased towards Hamas, but we have no other available
But,
information.
but where is
Right?
it coming? But where's it coming from? So I understand based on all available information. Like where's the information? Like how does like the BBC? Like, I don't know if the BBC has reported. I'm just for example, like how does the BBC know this?
Well,
Yeah, I
there are
don't know if they've
international,
reported.
like I mean, there are international reporters in the area.
I thought like all electricity and all internet is down. How are they like
Within the
getting?
past like day,
Uh,
I'm talking. This has been going on for what 2 weeks.
okay. So what about how do the reporters know? What do reporters do? They talk to people, right?
They see it
So
and
they
they
see
talk to
every
people.
so they see every
No, I
dead
but like we have
hostage.
information. What's the point of this line of questioning? We
Well,
have
I'm saying is
information. We
I
get
feel like
information from a we get information from wide varieties of areas and wide varieties of analysis, right? Um, if you have like all I'm saying is this is the by and large investigative reporting that's coming out in the national media, right? And it's almost uncontested. I think Israel doesn't even deny that at least a few hostages have been killed by their own missiles. Um,
well, I'm sure, but
The Israeli defense minister literally said that the hostages were secondary to getting rid of Hamas. So they admit that the hostages are not the primary security goal. And Hamas and they haven't actively suggested even that Hamas has killed any of the hostages. And Hamas has released what I believe it's four hostages now due to health concerns. So I I don't see the controversy here. If Israel was interested in saving the lives of these hostages, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing, and they know that, and they've admitted that.
I think just because it's a secondary objective doesn't mean anything. It's less important. It just means maybe that's supposed to take like a short amount of time. I read up on the military parts of it. Like when someone like every mission has primary and secondary. Primary usually just means that's the overall like that's the long-term goal. And then the secondary is well the idea is that that's supposed to be accomplished less. That's supposed to be accomplished in less time. But no, I guess my point I'm trying to get at is you unless you have literally an eyewitness for every hostage that was unalived, I think it seems like rationally the only way you could actually get the information as reported on the ground are from the people that are holding the hostages, which in their they have kind of a they have a um, they're, they behoove themselves to say, oh, Israel's attacking their own people, essentially, to get a
No,
ceasefire.
I'm
Like
aware. That's why I
they have
said that the
no.
information we have at hand is biased. We've already been over this. This is why I said it's
Okay, yeah.
non-point.
So yeah, again,
That's
so I
like
don't.
this is why I was like, why are we going down this line of questioning when I already said that it was a biased source of information, right? And I
Right. So
already said
again,
that we were just writing on the information we had, admittedly biased by the people who were
okay,
writing it.
fair.
So it's like, let's have a useful
So
conversation.
so yeah. So again, I'm still confused then. So if that information is biased, so it's not really, it couldn't be. Maybe sure. Sure some of it's reliable, but not all of it. So again, what would Israel do for the to get the 200 plus hostages out? I think
Well,
it's 200
precisely what
plus.
America did to get their hostages out, right? Do you know how America got 4 hostages out?
When?
Within the past 7 days, I believe it was
Oh,
nationally reported.
I mean, put an aircraft carrier right off the coast and
No,
threaten
no. Do you
to.
know? Do you know how that release was orchestrated?
So, I mean, there are a lot of factors that went into the release. I mean, I'm not 100% on
Yeah,
all of them, but I do
but
know
did
at the
America
time,
bomb Palestine?
no, Israel was doing it for them.
Great. What America did in negotiating, they called in an Arab nation that could actually negotiate with all relevant parties, could there? Right? And they negotiated to release their hostages by and large to be productive and reduce civilian casualties, right? But the thing is what Israel is currently doing, and they've admitted this, is they're not even negotiating for the hostages. They're not engaging in negotiations, and they've actively called that Hamas wants to release some of these hostages, or at least have claimed that they want to release some of their hostages, right? But they have said, and Israel said this, do not release the hostages across there because they will be caught in crossfire. It is not currently possible for Israel to release their hostages, at least by their own reporting,
You mean Hamas
because
released their hostages?
Israel to have their hostages released,
All
right?
right, all right.
Israel to have the Israeli hostages released. Because of the immediate bombardment of that area that they're having, right? So the whole hostage discussion, first of all, places Israeli lives over Arab lives, which I think is entirely despicable, right? Like 7,000 by current numbers, Arabs have died in Palestine. Palestinians have died in Palestine, half of which, by current reporting, are children, right? So we have 3,500 children having died, and then we have 200 hostages, right? Who are actually some of the more safe people, at least from all the information we can gather within Palestine currently. I'm going to focus on reducing the civilian lives, right, lost. I think that's a fair focus. And I think the undue focus on like the hostages' lives, I think it generally comes from racism and ethnocentrism. But we can talk about the hostages, and the relevance of the hostages is that Israel is also hurting the hostages. Right, what they're doing right now hurts the hostages. What they're doing right now puts their lives at risk. Because when you bomb half of the residential areas, right, in this given area, it's almost unavoidable that you're going to hit at least one of the hostages. Like, I don't know where this discussion goes other
I'm,
than to say that we should stop bombing the place.
I mean, hold on a second. First of all, you said a lot there. Second of all, I mean, there's the people that were released described a whole network of tunnels underground Gaza. So I don't think that by and large, a vast majority of the hostages are even in the firing range.
But no,
What do you?
the reason Israel bombs certain places is to target um, the underground networks. They've
Well,
said that
it's just
themselves.
no. Well,
They are
it's just yeah,
targeting and trying to
They're
collapse the underground
targeting the
networks.
underground network, but they're also trying to
So if they're
flatten
in the
it. So.
if they're in the
Dude, I'm letting you
underground
go on
networks, they're not
monologues
helping.
here. Whenever I try to bring up a thing, you start to interrupt. Like,
Oh
uh,
yeah, that's okay. Bad retort then, right? Like that's not a because they're also targeting the underground areas,
well,
so that
you
doesn't
can't
work.
really. They're really really deep. You can't really like target. So what you can do is you can level the area above it, as well as get rid of any munition storages that are being used for firing ranges. That's what you can
Yeah,
do,
and
that's
stop
what
food
that's what
and
they have
shelled.
been doing.
Yeah, and
Well,
stop
I mean,
food from being accessed
you
by
don't
the
provide. Well,
hostages.
again, you're interrupt. You keep on interrupting. All right, so I mean, Jews. All right, let's put it this way. Did Do you know what a siege is?
Yeah,
Okay. Have do Are sieges a thing in war?
are sieges a thing in war? Yeah, and
Yeah.
they've been
Okay.
regarded by and large as war crimes within the past 50 years.
All right. You had to show me the Geneva Convention on that one. Um,
Sieges, collective punishment is in the Geneva Convention. Siege acts as collective punishment. Yeah. So,
mm, is it really collective punishment when Hamas was planning an attack for over a year and didn't really do anything with their civilians? Like they kind of knew that there would be a retaliatory strike, right?
yeah. So when you have a retaliatory strike against civilians for the
But it's not
actions of
against civilians.
militants,
The
that's
the goal's not
collective
against
punishment.
but the goal's not against civilians.
But it doesn't
How's
matter
the
if it's the goal when you are in fact punishing them, right?
you're literally not punishing them. I don't know what you're talking about. You're literally not. What do
Well,
you mean?
they don't have access to fuel or food or water, and 7,000 of them are dead. That's a pretty
They're
bad punishment.
okay, again, the goal is not to punish civilians though.
But it
That's
doesn't
not
matter
the
if it's
goal.
the goal. That's what's happening.
So the U.S. was guilty. The U.S. shouldn't have bombed Germany and Japan in World War II. Like I don't understand the when there's a war, it's unfortunate. And by the way, I'm not advocating for loss of life, but like civilians get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, but what Israel is doing is violate. So here's the fun part, right? We have
This is
rules about
fun.
this.
All right,
No,
fuck,
here's the
man.
fun part. I know you're gonna misrepresent that. The fun part, I mean, is what you're saying is stupid, and that's what's fun about it.
Okay, go on.
This question has been asked for the past hundreds of years, right?
Okay,
What is acceptable in war? Right? How do we engage in wars in any semblance of humane? Right?
correct.
The international community has come together and signed agreements on what is allowed and what isn't allowed, right? So as to be able to functionally judge, right, if someone is committing crimes against humanity in a war, right, or engage in what will inevitably happen in war, right?
Got
And
it.
those
Who's in
things,
the
those things,
because you keep throwing the whole bunch of who's in the international who are the big players in the international community?
China, the U.S.,
Okay, they
Russia,
violate war crimes
France,
every day.
Germany,
Russia, they violate war crimes. They commit war crimes every day.
yeah, they do. Yeah,
U.S.
they do.
We probably also, unfortunately, um, do commit war crimes every single day. So all the big players, dude, the international, the UN, as you just showed yourself, they like to say things, but then they don't actually do it. All right, or not that they don't actually do it. Again, nothing's ever perfect. If there could
I
be a
don't doubt that
rocket.
nothing's ever perfect. America's the largest committer of war
Right.
crimes in the world.
And in
Um,
fact, if you look at the numbers, I think, and again, as while the lives lost are unfortunate, how many bombs has Israel dropped on Gaza?
well, as of 2 days ago, 6,000, I believe.
Okay, 6,000. I'll take your word for it. How many people have died?
7,000 civilians, 18,000 injured.
Got it. So we'll go with the unalive to shot ratio. So what is that like? For every bomb, like 1.1 person unalived?
1.1 civilians.
Sorry. Well, hold on. Like, how do we? Well, first of all, how do we know who are civilians and who's? And some of this data is biased, right?
All of the data is biased, right?
Okay. All right. All the data is biased.
How we
So let me
engage
ask
in
something.
this, yeah.
Does Hamas have a incentive to kind of inflate the numbers
Yeah, and
for?
so does Israel.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 All right. Not cool,
And
but
we've
yeah.
caught Israel doing it multiple times. So absolutely, all
Sure.
the data
And
is biased.
Ukraine's doing it, and Russia's doing it, and
Yeah,
US
once
did it in
again, don't
Vietnam, and
care,
blah blah blah.
right?
Blah.
I
Okay.
condemn all of those people. It's really easy to
Awesome.
say I'm against war crimes, right?
Well, I'm happy we're in agreement. Okay, so right now it seems like for every like $500,000 rocket or bomb that U.S. launches, it's unfortunately at least one civilian is being caught in a crossfire.
It's
Does
not the
that
crossfire when it's residential areas.
what part of Gaza is in a residential area?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Have you seen a Hamas military base out in the open?
What? No, because most of Gaza's residential areas. That's true,
Exactly. So
right?
where? So
You know what
okay,
else
got
is
it.
interesting? Is active or inactive duty members of the IDF are in basically every residential area in Israel as well. So by Israel's logic, that would justify bombing basically everywhere in Israel.
Mm, wait, sorry, what?
Active or inactive
Right.
IDF members are in basically every residential area in Israel. And by Israel's logic, that would
Mm,
justify bombing basically everywhere in Israel.
no, there's actual military bases separated from the rest of like we have in the rest of the world. like in the US, you'll have like a military base separated from civilian areas, and you'll have military housing and so and so. Um, that's the same thing in Israel. They
No, I'm
keep it
well aware. I
separated.
come like
Oh,
both my parents were in military families. I'm well aware how it
perfect,
functions, right?
perfect.
Hypothetically, but the fact that they have required enlistment, right, from I believe 18 to 26, um, the IDF forces are in basically every single residential area by merit of either being inactive troops or active troops patrolling the area. Jerusalem specifically has active duty IDF members within it basically all the time. So, this game is really
And I'm
interesting.
in New York, and also we have military units here. But okay, fine. Look, I think
No, that's
you're
my
getting
whole
away
point.
from the
Is that
point.
them justifying killing civilians on the basis of any military units being there, right,
No,
isn't actually in line with international law. The bar
no,
I'm
no,
going to hold
no.
them to is their very basic international obligations,
Mm, okay, again,
which is
yeah,
like
you're right.
letting Red
Basic,
Cross in, not killing Red Cross members,
right.
letting
Okay,
reporters
okay.
in.
All right, one second. So yeah, basic military obligations, trying to circumnavigate the death of civilians, or I'm sorry,
No,
unaliving
that's not the
of.
obligation. It's a little more complicated than that. It's not just trying to circumnavigate it. It's not using white phosphorus that will inevitably kill or violently burn civilians. Right?
Got it.
That's
So
something that
going
they could
back to my
easily not
point,
do.
going back to my point. Israel is launching at least one $500,000 bomb, and according to the statistics, at least one civilian is being unalive per $500,000 bomb. I'm guessing 500,000. I'm assuming it's some ridiculous number, right?
I don't think it's 500,000, but
Well, it could be more. I mean, these things are expensive, right? That isn't Israel get the most funding per capita? Isn't their technology very precise, very accurate?
yeah, but they
So
also
you
dropped 6,000 bombs, right? Like, you know,
right. So you'd think
it
that if
is
they're
it
very
is a fight.
precise
It
and
is a
very
war. We
accurate.
can get to
Well,
that.
one second. Again, you didn't want monologuing. It's fine.
Well, you asked a
If it's a
question,
very
so I
densely,
answered the
okay,
question.
all right. Yeah, yeah, you answered and you kept going.
Well, I
If
can I
it's a
can keep going
very
on the answer to my question.
sure, okay. If not if they are in a very densely, they're a very dense area, right? I believe it's one of the most densely packed areas on the planet. Israel has these bombs that can kill, sorry, unalive a vast majority of people in one go, and yet the ratio seems like it's more like 1:1, arguably less than 1:1, might be 0.75 to 1. Who the hell knows, right? Um, does that sound like someone that's trying to target civilians?
I never said they were trying to target civilians.
You were.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you were.
Didn't say they were trying to target civilians.
Okay, then what's your point in terms of unalive people that are civilians are being unalive? Like, what's, I
That's
mean,
my
yes,
point.
this is right, and they're when what Israel's trying to do is they're targeting people, they're targeting Hamas-centered areas,
Wait,
and
but
unfortunately,
so
civilians are
you,
getting
this
caught in the
is the thing. You
crossfire.
asked me what my point is. My point is civilians are dying illegally.
Again, I'd say that they're dying illegally. Again, the fact that anyone's dying is awful. All right, for the record, I'm a humanitarian. The fact that humans can do this to other humans on either side is awful. In the great range of human history, it's just been awful. However, it is an unfortunate circumstance that occurs that when war happens, civilians die. It's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. And
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
my
you can
point
point
is
to
we have
any
rules
war.
about this and they're violating them. So if they're at least going to
What
cosplay the
again? So
playing
what
rules, we
rules?
should hold
White
them to
phosphorus?
account for it.
White
White
phosphorus?
phosphorus specifically, do you condemn their use of white phosphorus?
I don't know much about white phosphorus to even know.
Okay,
Again,
interesting to talk about this. Like, do you condemn their denial of humanitarian aid?
their denial of humanitarian aid. What do you mean their
Yep, they're
denial of
actively
humanitarian
blocking
aid?
the entrance of humanitarian aid into Palestine.
How are they blocking if they're not even in Gaza right now?
Let's take 2 seconds to think about that question.
I
How could
am. I'm also
Israel
wondering how a whole bunch of rockets get inside a area that's completely blockaded. I'm also trying to figure that one out.
So maybe Israel controls or diplomatically controls every entrance to Gaza?
So isn't it kind of more so focus on what Egypt is doing then? Isn't Egypt kind of blocking it?
Well, that's fascinating because Egypt and Israel were in negotiations, right, to let them in. Egypt attempted to let them in, and the IDF forces prevented them from doing so.
Right. Like
I think
humanitarian
they let
aid.
in a total of 13 trucks in one day, right? When previously about 200 trucks every single day would come in. Um, so Egypt is not perfect, and I condemn Egypt for not letting them in other circumstances, right? But I can condemn two people, can't I? Also, that is.
Yeah,
Can you
no,
mute
yeah,
yourself?
no.
That's just like auditory hell.
Just give me 1 second.
No, yeah, can we not? Thank you.
All right, it's over. Oh, never. I don't know how long
Oh
that's gonna
no,
be,
it's
and
still not. Yeah, it's like I'm just not going to. Brother in Christ, stop unmuting yourself. Uh, yeah, but anyway, while we have these people, do send likes. We're trying to get as many eyes and ears on this issue as possible. Send a guest request if you disagree. And yeah, do please follow my YouTube because I'm able to speak a bit more freely. Okay. Um, okay, Derek. Are we done? Yeah. Okay. Send a guest request again if you want to debate Derek. I just need to keep on moving. Also, if you oh, Eden, doing well, doing well.
So I'm sorry, there's actually a warplane flying over me right as I speak. I'm in Israel right now. Um,
Wild.
yeah, and I came across your live. I'm really happy I did because I've been hearing the discussion, and I'm really, first of all, I want to say thank you for the way that you are speaking because I've seen a lot of lives, and normally like I've seen a lot of like hatred and like just aggression, and it's really nice to hear the way that you speak. First of all.
Well, thank you.
And so yeah, I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. I was born in America. I moved to Israel 9 years ago. I joined the IDF. I was in combat for 3 years in my mandatory service, and now I'm in reserves. I'm actually on base as I'm speaking to you right now.
Wild.
And yeah, that's my kind of background, just so you know where I'm speaking from.
That's wild.
So I guess, do you want me to start?
Sure, yeah.
So I guess my point of what you're saying is that a lot of the things that you've said is about kind of how our response isn't proportionate, I guess, in a way, or how we are, causing a lot of civilian death. And I have to say that, living here in this reality, like on October 7th, the day this whole thing broke out, like I remember receiving many, many messages from friends, like if we can share, please, because everyone's missing. I have friends of my own who were murdered and missing. And it was honestly horrific. I've seen, and I'm sure you have seen, I don't know if you've seen the uncensored stuff of like what actually happened here. And because of the inhumane way that this happened, we don't really have that many options in regards to our response as far as the IDF goes. Because we are trying to get Hamas, but now I don't know if you saw the infographics coming out of, the biggest military base of Hamas being underneath one of the biggest hospitals in Gaza. Like, we really don't have many options because they're literally hiding underneath their civilians and they keep shooting rockets at us. It's nonstop.
Yeah,
So
how many people have died from those rockets within the past I don't know, let's
the
say
rockets hit houses, the
5 years?
rockets, listen, the rockets hit houses, especially when they're shooting thousands. And just because we have the Iron Dome is the only reason we're not all dying here right now. But it doesn't
Yeah, no,
change
how
that
many people have died though?
over the last couple of years, I don't have an exact number for you, but there have been deaths. They're just
Is
now
it
there was a
greater
drone.
than or less than 7,000?
In the last couple of years, I have to say less than, but that's only because we have the Iron Dome. It doesn't mean that they're not shooting into civilian areas and trying to kill
No,
Israeli civilians.
I don't doubt that a extremist militant group is shooting into civilian areas. I just don't think that that justifies, right, a huge Western power shooting into civilian areas as well. I believe that if you and I were talking genuinely, we would be looking for the solution that saves the most civilian lives, Israeli or Arab, right? And I don't doubt that Hamas is bad for Arabs, but I also don't doubt that Israeli bombs are bad for Arabs. So when we talk about options, right? Uh, why do we think that, I don't know, for example, when there are Israeli hostages in Palestine currently, that bombing the place that they likely are is going to help anything, right? Why is Israel lying about caring about those hostages when they're taking actions that put them at risk?
So it's not that we don't care, and I actually visited in Sderot not long ago with some soldiers that are actually serving really close to the border with Gaza, and they told me a little bit about like the whole hostage situation. And unfortunately, Hamas is trying to use psychological warfare to convince us that we're harming them, but they have our hostages deep underground, deep in places where we can't find them. And I'm sure that the intelligence knows more than I do right now, because I don't know that much, honestly, about where they are or all that, secret information. But I can tell you that they're trying to say that we're harming our own hostages in order to stop us from trying to get them. It's not that
But
we
it's hard
don't
to
care.
see how you aren't harming their own hostages, right? Like if bank robbers had
None
the
of them have been
hostages in
killed.
a, not that we know of, not that
Trust
we
me,
know of,
trust
because
me, they would make a whole scene out of it if we did.
no, I know, but what you are doing is you are self-admittedly bombing the places that you think those tunnels are entrances, right? The entrances to those tunnels. That would then cut off resources to where you know the hostages are being held, right? So at the very least, you're preventing supplies, food, medicine from going to these hostages.
So you
Okay.
and I
And
both
you're not engaging in diplomacy to free them, right? Like America is engaged with diplomacy from Qatar because they are genuinely interested in getting the hostages in a de escalatory way. I have really high doubts that the IDF has any interest in de escalating this conflict because it's been part of Israel's foreign policy consistently to escalate this conflict.
Well, okay, so I don't agree with you on that, but my question, I want to ask you a question and I want to know what you think. My question to you is that if you were, let's say, for example, the prime minister or the head of the IDF right now, how would you stop Hamas from harming or trying to harm innocent civilians by shooting rockets? What would be your solution?
Well, yeah, they're harming. So first of all, if I was, God forbid, I would be the prime minister of an ethno state. But if I had that power, first of all, I would recognize the humanity equally of Israelis and Arabs, and I would do all moving forward actions would be to optimize the lives of both Israelis and Arabs, right? And it's very clear that's not
How?
what's happening, right? How? Not bombing them, right? So
But
we
how? Tell
don't
me
bomb
how
them.
then.
And then what do? Right? We engage in diplomacy, right? We call on our Western allies to engage in diplomacy on our point, right? To hope to found an Arab state in that area to actually stabilize the region. Because that is the only thing that has ever actually worked. The
But we
only thing
have.
that has ever actually reduced extremist and terroristic tendencies within countries has been establishing a functional right state within that area, and it would be my actions would be primarily reversal, right? Israel, for at least the past 20 years, by their own admission, has had a policy of destabilization within the area. Netanyahu himself admitted that Israel tacitly supported Hamas to gain power against the PLO, right? So a lot of this you're asking, oh, well, what would you do? As if their actions have been in good faith in the first place. A lot of my actions, if I was dictator of Israel right now, would just simply to not be doing the horrendous things that they're doing in the first place and call on the Western allies to do things in good faith to actually benefit it, right? I would specifically go to Qatar, right, and see if we could get either Qatar, Egypt, or Jordan to establish a trustee state within Gaza, because leaving Gaza, one of the most impoverished, one of the most bombarded, right, places in the world, to their own devices will inevitably lead to extremism. Literally everyone knows that, right? But Israel has not been interested in that, and they've
Okay.
actively prevented Egypt from retaking it.
Okay. So, first of all, I respect your opinion. I disagree with you, but according to literal historical facts and like history, Israel has tried numerous amounts of times to give them a state, and they always denied it every single time. Okay. And by the way, you're saying we're an
On what
ethnic.
terms? Did they ever allow them to have a
You're saying
militarized
we're an
state?
ethno state. Wait, you're saying we're an ethno state. I just want to answer a couple of the things that you said. Just one second. Right now, at the base I'm sitting in, I have not only Jewish soldiers with me, I have Muslim soldiers, I have Christian soldiers here, we have Druze soldiers here. I literally, if you want, I can actually call over the Muslim soldier that's serving with us. And his name is Hussein, he's with us. And he himself says that for years, his family has understand since Israel has become a state, they have understood that living here, living within Israel, they would have more rights as they would living inside of an Arab state. For example, Lebanon, you said that we should give them a state because any state that has, a government, has their their own country, they'll stop with the terrorism. Well, that's not the truth, because if you go to Lebanon, they have Hezbollah. If you go to Afghanistan, you have the
Well,
Taliban. You
Eden, I
have
didn't say
terrorism.
to give them. I didn't say to give them a state. To be
So
clear,
I'm
I
saying
said
that's
to
not
have
what
an
you
Arab.
said
But to be very clear, I said to establish an Arab trustee state. It's a little different.
then. Okay,
Lebanon
so then
is
another, and the last thing I just want to say about what you said is that you're saying we're a Western country. We are in the Middle East. As much as people like to say, oh, it's a democracy, and we're in the middle. We are a democracy, but we are living in between people we're in the Middle East. We're not in the West, okay? And unfortunately, the rules that work in the West don't work here in the Middle East, because the same just violence and way of taking religion and making it extremist in order to use it to justify murder, it's here in the Middle East, surrounding us from every single border. We don't have the privilege of acting the same way that we would in the West, because they don't act that way with us. We can't be the same. We're not going to be the same. We're going to do our best to try to stop as much civilian casualties as we can. And that's why we send down leaflets and we constantly let them know where we're
and
going to
use
bomb.
white phosphorus.
There's actually no proof of that. There's actually no
I mean,
proof of that at all.
Israel admitted they
No,
used
the
white
IDF
phosphorus.
just now on October 14th sent out a message saying that this is absolutely false and they have not used white phosphorus. Okay, so there's absolutely no
That's
proof of
contrary
that.
to their previous claims, right? They previously just claimed that it was used in non-residential areas. But we can go down that rabbit hole a little
Yeah.
later. But regarding the ethno-state claim, because I think this is drastically important, me accusing Israel of being an ethno-state is not me accusing Israel of being a perfect ethno-state. You understand how those two things are
What do
different?
you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? I mean,
Mhm.
they're pretty damn good at it, but they're not 100% successful, right? So they're
How
pretty
are
good
they
at
pretty
making
good
it.
at it? How? Tell me
Well,
how.
let's talk about it. By allowing just Jewish people, right, the immediate right to citizenship merely based on their heritage and ethnicity. That's pretty ethno-statey to me. That's very
Okay, there's plenty
ethno-statey
of
to me.
countries who have that same exact way of doing it in the Middle East as well, because as far as Islam.
Yeah, and lots of countries in the Middle East are ethno-states. I don't doubt that. I'm just against ethno-states, right? And you know what we're not doing? We're not funding the offensive strategy of those Middle Eastern countries, right? I actively condemn the actions of
But
Americans in
Israeli
Saudi
Arabs who
Arabia.
live
But
here
my
have the
point
same
is
rights as
let's
we
talk about
do.
ethno-states. Wait, no, you don't though.
Yeah, they do.
That's
I
not
can
true.
literally bring an
They
Israeli
don't.
Arab
Okay,
here
wait.
to
Can you
tell you that.
if you move to the West Bank, do you have the right to move back to
But the
homeland
West
Israel?
Bank, the people living in the West Bank aren't Israeli Arabs.
But no. If you an American immigrant who has Israeli citizenship moved to the West Bank, do you have the right to move back to the homeland of Israel? Like homeland Israel?
First of all, I don't think it's possible for us to move to the West Bank as Israeli civilians, to move into the
Raw.
West Bank into Area A where it's not under our control. First of all, we'd never do that.
I'm talking Area C.
So if you're an Israeli citizen, when I served in the army, I served in Area B. Okay, I served in an area where there was also Israeli settlements and there was also Palestinian villages. Plenty of people live there. They can move back and forth however they want, if that's your question.
Area B residents don't have the immediate right to move into
Tel
like
Aviv?
for example.
Yes, they can. I have friends that lived literally in Area B in the Jordan Valley, next to the Jordan Valley, that moved to Tel Aviv from their settlements right next to the.
And did they have Jewish Israeli citizenship?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So the Arabs that have citizenship, even that move into Area B, right, on the basis of them being Arab, right, or Area C on the basis of them being Arab, give up the right to move back to the mainland.
But everything you're saying has a lot to do with security. Okay, we are living in a very, very complicated place, and you have to be able to see it for yourself in order to understand. When I was serving in the next to the Jordan Valley in my mandatory service, I saw the complications of the area. There are terrorists living in all areas of the West Bank. Okay, and if you, as an Israeli Arab that has Israeli citizenship, decide to take your family and move into a place that there are terrorists, we have to, for security reasons, limit their ability to just come back into Israel. Because if they can go back and forth, who knows what they're able to bring with them back and forth, what information, what intel. It's not as simple as you think it is. It's not. It's
the point is, right, is we're talking about the question of it being an ethno state, right? This is the question of it being an ethno state. So when you gain citizenship merely off your ethnicity, that's an ethno state. When you gain citizenship merely off of your religion, That's an ethno-religious state or theocracy, right? When you deny citizenship in violation of international law to refugees who are of a different ethnicity that has claim to the land internationally recognized, right? The refugees of the Nakba, right? The 750,000 people that are within one generation that remain their right to return, right? You're an ethno state. The reason that they've denied Nakba returns, right? People with rights to return as refugees of the Nakba, right, is literally verbatim from like the mouth of the beast, right? Is an ethnic uh an ethnic struggle, what is it? It's an
Okay.
ethnic threat. It's a demographic threat was the direct quote, right?
Okay,
They
so
called it a demographic threat. If having Arabs in your land is a demographic threat, you are an ethno state.
Okay, so in 1948, when this country was established, it's literally in our Declaration of Independence that we said any Arab living inside of Israel can choose to stay and they will become Israeli. And now, even here, my friend that I'm telling you about, Hussein, that's here, he literally just told me his whole family history and told me that his family decided to stay here in 1948. And that's why today they have Israeli citizenship. They are Israeli just like me, and they have all the rights that I have. He's even serving with me in the same unit. Okay, and after that happened and the war started, okay, and Palestinians began to attack us and the surrounding Arab countries began to attack us, no, of course we're not going to allow them to come in anymore. Like, you can't just
allow them
people
to return.
Okay. I love how you say that, but we also are here, okay? We can't deny that fact. We're here as well.
You're here. I don't doubt that you're here. It doesn't give you the right to.
Let me just explain. Let me just finish. So I'm saying, if they are saying we do not agree to be here unless it's completely ours and you guys leave because it's not yours, then we have an issue.
But the Nakba refugees are not doing that. They're engaging with the current state apparatus of Israel and calling on the current state apparatus of Israel to recognize their equal citizenship.
So where do they go? Where would they go if they came here?
I mean, the exact same place that you welcome people like yourself, right? American and European immigrants on a day-to-day, yearly basis.
We're all Jewish. We have a right to, in every country has a right to decide what basis, okay?
Yeah, and you're doing it on ethnic grounds. Racist ethnic grounds.
Okay, so
that's
in the
why
Middle
you're an
East,
ethno state.
Okay, so in the Middle East, everyone is allowed, and just like the rest of the world, to decide what the rules to becoming a citizen is into their country. We have one state. Why can't you just allow us to have that?
And y'all choose to do it in a racist way.
But why is it racist? We have Arabs living
because you're denying Arab. Wait, that's the thing. You're saying we have the liberty to be racist. Cool, you do have the liberty to be an ethno state. That's our discussion, right? Is whether you're an ethno state. And what I'm saying is when you deny Arabs who have a right of return internationally recognized on the basis of them being Arab, on the basis of them being a demographic threat, and then you accept, right, primarily white and European American Jews into it, right? That's going to be an ethno state because it's literally saying we have space for people. We're just only going to accept the ethnicity that we prefer.
But you say primarily white, and that's a big argument here that everyone's saying,
true.
all the Israelis are Europeans, actually. This is not true. My grandparents
I didn't say all of them.
I'm from Morocco.
That's not true. I didn't say all of them.
Okay. So a lot of us...
what did I actually say?
So, okay, hold on. Let's just chill. Everything's all good, okay?
No, but don't lie. That's the thing is I'm happy to have this discussion. I'm happy to have this discussion. You know quite a lot about this conflict. I know quite a lot about this conflict. I'm happy to have a discussion in good faith. Let's not lie.
Okay, no lies here. Okay, I'm not trying. If I misunderstood you or if I said something, it's not about lying. It's just me trying to clarify what you're saying exactly. I'm not lying. All I'm trying to understand.
I said that most of them were white, which is true.
Okay, it's not true. Okay, because the majority here are from places which I know of are Arabic countries that came in here to Israel. Okay, a lot of the people who come and move to Israel from America, like myself, by the way, okay, there are a lot of people who are white or look white, but it just doesn't mean that they're originally from Germany or Europe or whatever. Like, it doesn't mean anything. The fact that I ended up in America and I moved to Israel, for example, doesn't make me a white person. Like, I look white.
But I'm not talking about you.
Okay, so that's the clarification I was looking for. Okay,
I don't know anything about you at all.
Okay.
I'm just talking specifically, right? The majority of Jewish immigrants, right? At least within the foundation of Israel, that we were talking, right, within the 1940s and
Okay.
1950s, right,
Hmm.
by and large were white. Okay, so that's true, right? They were primarily European. A lot of Russian Jews escaping horrendous acts happening upon
True.
them. Okay, and my point is when you're talking about an ethnostate, it doesn't even have to bring the white question into it. Specifically, they are giving citizenship to people on the
We're
basis of
Jewish.
ethnicity. Yeah, that's an ethnicity. That's the whole
Yeah.
point. The whole point of Zionism, the whole point of the foundation of Israel, is to make an ethnostate. It is to make a state for Jews.
Okay. Yes. So it's
That's
the
an
issue.
ethnostate.
Okay. Perfect. So in
So
1948,
you
when we
wait, but
had the
you
ability.
denied that it was an ethnostate.
No, okay, so I'll explain why I said this. What I'm saying is that I thought that you were saying that like from the sense of ethnically cleansing. That's what I thought you meant at the beginning.
Well, the two go together. We can talk about their actions of ethnically cleansing, right? But they are an ethnostate, and it's really hard to maintain an ethnostate other than through ethnic cleansing or through selective recognition of human rights, right? Like the denial of the Nakba refugees, right, on the basis of their ethnicity is ethnic cleansing.
Okay, so I just want to answer what you're saying by this, okay? Once again, I want to go back to 1948 when a Jewish state was established according to the UN partition plan, okay? They had
It
every
wasn't
ability.
established according to the UN partition plan.
Oh yeah, but like they had an idea of like which area would be ours and which area would be theirs, and then we established a state on the area that they said would be ours, okay? And they still had the ability to make a country on the rest, okay? And they chose not to, right? They chose not to. They chose to engage in war instead. So what happens in
Didn't it?
war?
Wait, there was mass violence by Zionist colonizers prior to that as well. Like that's a dishonest
There
recollection
was
of it.
violence between both. It wasn't, I'm
Yeah,
not
there was
saying,
violence. So let's not pretend like the Arabs, like the first shot was fired by anyone. There was consistent
I'm not
ethnic
saying that.
violence since and before. Okay, but you did. They chose to start a war. No,
No, that
they
is
didn't.
that is the truth. I didn't say anything about before the war. I said during 1940, the Independence War, the war started by us establishing a state and by 6 Arab countries surrounding us, coming in and attacking us, and the Palestinians inside of Israel attacking us
And
as well.
y'all committing violence against Palestinians as well. That's really important.
No,
You
that's
did.
not
There were violent Zionist militias that forced Palestinians off their land.
with 1948, with the on May 14th, that all of the Etzel, the Lehi, all of the groups that you know about became the IDF. There was no longer anything that had to do with Etzel and Lehi anymore. As soon as
And
the IDF,
continued their long legacy of violence against Palestinians.
okay, there's violence on both sides, and that's very important.
So when you wait, that's very important for you to say as well. So I said y'all were committing violence against Palestinians. You said no, we're not. Now you're
That's
saying
not what I'm
it's
saying.
really
You're twisting
important.
the words.
Now you're saying it's really important to recognize
No,
that there is violence
that's
on
not.
both
I'll,
sides.
I'll
There was
clarify.
violence on both sides. Cool.
I'll clarify. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying before Israel was established, there was violence and a lot of violence between both sides. Okay? Now, after the violence occurred and there was fighting between both sides and they were both on the land and there were Jews here and there were Arabs here and they were fighting and there was bombings on both sides and the British and all that happened. In 1948, when Israel was established and we were celebrating a new country of ours, not on all of Israel, by the way, on just the part that we had, they engaged in a war with us. That's what I said.
After a long history
Oh
and
my gosh.
continuing violence against them as well.
Okay, let's not get stuck on this. This is your opinion. This is my opinion. We're not
It's not
gonna.
opinion. Yeah, wait, but you
This
recognize
is fact.
there was Zionist violence against Palestinians. You recognize that even during the foundation of Israel
Okay,
and
but the way
continuing
that you're
through,
saying
there
it.
was no cessation, right, of violence against the Palestinians. Are you suggesting there was at any point a cessation of the violence against Palestinians?
Yes, and I'll tell you when. Okay,
When? Yeah, that's great.
when Israel was established. In our Declaration of Independence, we said we send out a hand of peace in our declaration to the Palestinians living there, to the Arab countries surrounding us, and to others that I forget. But
Yeah, and
regardless,
yet that's still not what actually happened, because there continued to be Zionist labor movements, Zionist labor unions that prevented Palestinians from working, Zionist militias funded by those labor unions that were consistently and still pushing Palestinians off their land, and a non-return of that Palestinian land to the Palestinians that were kicked off of it basically 5 years ago, right? So the continuation of violence, or any cessation of violence, would look like a return to justice, which is not what Israel did. It at no point offered Palestinians their farmland back that they were kicked off 5 or 10 years ago, right? So that's my argument, is through no honest lens can you look at what was happening, right, and suggest that there was ever a cessation of violence, even if what you're suggesting, which also really isn't true, but even if we agreed with this fantasy that for some reason in 1 second there were no bullets being fired.
okay, so my question to you is, before Israel was established, okay, what did the region look like? Where were Arabs living? Where were Jews living? Where was everyone living? Can you explain that to me, how it was split
At
up?
what point before?
Right before, let's say let's say 10 years and up to the coming of Israel becoming a state.
Yeah,
How did the region look?
I mean, if by and large relatively integrated in certain areas, and then there was a consistent colonial movement to gain more and more land exclusively for Zionist movements and Zionist Jews within the area.
Okay.
So it started out relatively integrated, right? And then there was consistent colonial efforts to move European Zionists and European Jews into the area, right? And then they joined militant labor unions, militant labor groups that
Why?
advocated exclusive Jewish and Zionist ownership of the land.
Okay, why?
Why were they racist against Arabs? That's a great question.
No. Not why were they, that wasn't my question. My question is, why did they start separating themselves away from the Arab groups?
Because they were racist.
No, that's definitely not the reason why. The reason why was because there was a lot of violence coming from the Arab groups, pogroms on the Jewish people living there. And so therefore we had to start moving away from them. And that's what happened.
Why was there
That's
violence
why, when
being
the
committed
British,
against them?
hold on, let me just finish my sentence. When the British came and they saw the reality that was going on in the land, and that there were Arabs and Jews that were violent towards each other for years already, prior to the British even arriving, okay? They said, okay, logically, there are Arabs here, there are Jews here. It makes sense to us that since they don't get along, they can't live together, why don't we give each of them a state, right?
But that's a dishonest recollection of history, because they have lived together for a very, very long time prior to that. Under the Ottomans, they lived together for almost the entire existence of that land, right? As long as Jews have been there, there have been Arabs there. But it
was never peaceful butterflies and unicorns.
But no area was ever peaceful. Britain wasn't peaceful, right?
Okay.
No area in the world has ever been ubiquitously peaceful, right? But under the Ottomans, it was relatively peaceful, right?
Relatively, okay.
But like everything's relative.
That's
It's been no. But the thing is, it's been a hell of a lot more peaceful than it was now. Right.
Okay.
There's been exponentially much more
and the reason why
within the past 20 years, right, than there was under the Ottomans. So it's just dishonest to point to that as a time of violence and this time as a time of peace.
Okay, so the reasoning for this violence becoming so much worse is that they are not willing to accept a Jewish state. They're not willing to. Okay?
That's interesting. I'm not willing to accept an ethno-state either.
Okay, well,
right.
that's you.
I'm willing to accept. I'm perfectly happy.
Are you going to kill people because of it?
No.
Okay.
You shouldn't either.
Okay, this is exactly the argument I'm coming to right now, okay? Jews have been on this land, and you know this if you know anything about history, for thousands of years. They have never just gotten up. Okay, the Arabs have come after us literally historically and archaeologically.
So the current, they became Arabic at the time, so there have been Palestinians and people.
You mean they became Muslim?
Well, no. So it's a little complicated how the cultures mix, but the Semitic roots of both Jews and Palestinians go back about as far as each other. Right. The label of Arab and the label of Jew came at different times for different purposes. Right. But yeah, the Arabs took over, but there were Semitic people on this land that still have roots as far back and further back than the Jews in some cases, and the Jews have Semitic roots as well. Originally, the Semitic peoples that later became Palestinians and the Semitic peoples that later became Jewish, right, lived on this land together as just simply Semitic people, not labeled otherwise. So it's dishonest to suggest that
they were labeled as Jews and Arabs, and that's
not forever. No, that's not true though. Like,
okay, so
prior to them becoming Jews, there are Semitic people that you can trace the roots back to.
Okay, so
hence the idea of Semitic people.
Okay, so Jews were Jews since Abraham. Okay? Jews were Jews since Abraham. And so if you want to talk about now Judaism and Islam and who came when and where came who, okay? Judea existed before Palestine was even anywhere near or anywhere close to becoming even a name. Okay? We were there. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
We were there. Our ancestors were there for so many years and expelled and came back and expelled and came back. And there was always a Jewish group of people still on the land. So my question to you is, why do the Palestinians deserve a state on the land more than the Jews deserve a state on the land? Why do they
Neither
also
deserve an ethnic state.
Okay,
That's
so
my
that's
answer.
your opinion. That's your opinion. I don't agree with that. I agree
Wait,
that
but
Jews
here's the
deserve.
thing, Eden. You asked me a question. Did I answer your question?
Okay, great. So you're
Did
talking.
I
Yes, you
answer
did.
it?
I
Was that
said
a fair
great.
answer?
Yes,
Cool,
yes.
great. Do you
Great.
agree?
So I'm saying in my opinion, okay, Jews have a right to have a Jewish state. I agree with that. Jews have a right to have a Jewish state in Israel. I am a Zionist. Okay, I believe in that. That's my belief. I'm not going to come at you for your belief
Yeah,
that
and
there's
it's genocidal. Like that. Cool.
It's
Like
not
that's fine.
genocidal because according to fact, their numbers have only grown. It can't be a genocide if they've
Not as
been
a proportion.
growing.
It absolutely can.
How can it be? Okay, please explain to me, how is it possible that since before Israel, there were somewhere around 750,000 Arabs living on the land, and now there's close to 5 million? How is it a genocide?
Wait. So what time was the 750,000?
Right before Israel was established.
Yeah, and what was the population of, I don't know, the world at that time?
Well, okay. Please don't even start with that, because regardless, if it was a genocide, they would not continue growing. They would not be able to continue growing if we were considered continuously murdering them genocidally. They would not be able to even, a genocide is what happened, for example, to the Jews in World War II, because they cut like half of our,
Do you want the actual
population.
definition of genocide?
I know the definition of genocide.
Do you? What is it?
It's the killing of a large group of people in order to get rid of that nation.
This is fascinating. So the United Nations provides a definition of genocide. To constitute genocide, there must be a proven intent on part of perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, right,
Okay, where's the
within their
proof?
territory. There must be a proven intent on the part of the perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group within their territory.
Okay.
This is fascinating. The consistent denial of Arabs into their land, the consistent attempt to dilute the Arab population with Jewish immigrants in Israel, right, shows an intent to physically destroy the national, ethnic, racial group of Palestinians, right, as well as the consistent state-perpetrated violence within the settlements in the West Bank, the violations of human rights by merit of the denial of right of return, by merit of the absolute and utter bombing of the Palestinian portions of that territory, right? Israel has stated explicitly that they view themselves as a Jewish Zionist state. It's incredibly hard to say that in order to maintain a Jewish Zionist state, you can do anything other than physically destroy the other ethnicities in the area, right? It's natural to go together. So those two things go together, right? So the idea
Listen.
that simply because the Arab population, right, has massively increased, which by the way, right, when we see a massive spike in population, it typically doesn't correlate with success of that population. Let's just be clear, right? The reason you have really high birth rates within certain areas, right, is because they tend to be impoverished and not have access to family planning, for example, right? So that idea is nonsense, and we all know it. So the idea that they aren't being currently allowed to commit an entire and ubiquitous genocide, right, doesn't justify that they don't have an intent to do so. And looking at all of their stated intentions, it's very clear that they want to.
I can tell you for a matter of fact, okay, as a soldier in the IDF, you can believe me, you can choose to not believe me. I can tell
as a
you.
soldier in the IDF, I could not believe you.
Okay,
Right?
you don't
The
have
IDF
to.
has
That's okay. I
consistently
respect
lied.
you.
We all know
Okay.
they've consistently
All
lied.
right. I have no reason to lie, but it doesn't matter. I respect your opinion. Trust me, if I was seeing genocide happen in front of my eyes, I would not support it. Believe me. Okay? I'm a human being. I have a heart. Okay?
But that's because you have a certain idea of genocide that's been taught to you by people,
As much
the
as
people
you
committing
think
it.
that IDF are heartless and bad people, we are good people. We have family. We know we have hearts. Okay? Believe
No,
me.
no. My family's a military family of the U.S. The
Okay.
U.S. military commits some of the most war crimes in the world. I have a very human understanding of the military, right? And that's
Okay,
why I have
wonderful.
this
So what I
perspective.
want to tell
Both of
you,
my grandparents are in the military. Both of my parents grew up in the military, right? And actually, they can claim Israeli citizenship if they'd like because we are Jewish, right? In some sense, of the word ethnically. So, like, no, I'm aware, right, that the military are humans. That's what makes this all more despicable.
okay, so I want to tell you that in my time serving in the IDF, I have seen only humanity. I can give you so many times in which Palestinians that aren't even Israeli Arabs, Palestinians living in villages, have come to our military bases asking us for help because we were the closest hospital by, to when their kids fall off of a tractor, or for example when their kid gets bit by a scorpion and they run to us and they ask us, please help us, and the first thing we do, we, the same way a soldier or somebody else gets injured, we bring up the whole mada, I forgot how you say it, like the ambulance and all the medics to come and help them. We don't distinguish. We don't say, oh, because it's a Palestinian, we're going to let them die out there. Okay? This army, I've seen so many times, and because I've seen it with my own eyes, and I think that you haven't. I'm sorry to tell you. I've been on
Yeah,
this.
I haven't seen the IDF in person. I don't have to,
Okay, so I recommend you to. I recommend you to. I see that, listen, I see that you are very passionate about this. I see it, and it's something I respect a lot. I think that it's really a beautiful thing to have people who haven't actually been in the region, take interest in this conflict. Okay, and I really encourage you. I encourage you to put your money where your mouth is and come here and see it for yourself, because if you did, listen, I know that you hate Israel and you would never step foot into here.
I
But
never
if
said I
you
hate
did,
Israel. No.
you
Never said
did.
I
You
hate
said I would,
Israel.
God forbid, I would ever be a president of an ethno state, like, or something like that.
Yeah, I hate this. I hate the state apparatus currently in Israel.
Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
all I'm
I don't
saying.
support the ethnic cleansing policies of Israel. Doesn't mean I hate Israel.
Okay. So all I'm saying to you is that if you were, and I would love it if you would come visit, I would host you and I would take you to every single place that you want to go. Ramallah, if you want to go to the West Bank, I can show you and you can see for yourself that this is not a question of genocide. We're not trying to kill people. We're just trying to keep our citizens safe. Arabs, Muslims, Druze, Christians, and Jews alike. Our citizens have a right to live life not running to a bomb shelter every 2 seconds. They have a right to
But
not be murdered.
Palestinians don't.
They do. But
Then why don't you allow them to?
they do. I want them to. Listen, me personally, and I know a lot of my friends, we're sitting here having conversations about this all day. All of my friends say we do not want kids, innocent people in Palestine, in Gaza, to get hurt. We don't want them to be hurt or killed or any of that. But
Difficult
it's
to say
not
when you bomb their
Israel's
schools.
fault. It's not Israel's fault. This
Your
is
bomb's
Hamas.
your fault.
The Hamas is a terrorist
Let's say that
organization.
really simple. Yeah, so is the IDF.
No, I don't agree with you because I'm not a
Labeling it as a
terrorist.
terrorist organization. They consistently perpetrate as such. Right, that's
I am
fine.
not a
Your bomb's
terrorist.
your fault. But let's talk about how you responsibly
Listen,
use your
hold on.
bombs. Right?
Hold
Who
on.
are you protecting by bombing where your hostages are? Who are you protecting by bombing
so let me tell
the
you,
resources of the hostages?
since I'm from the region, let me tell you exactly how Gaza works. As you know, and this is anyone who's not even from the region knows, Gaza is a very densely populated area. This is, an easy fact that everyone knows. But what a lot of people don't know is that the way the Hamas works, okay? Because their bases are underground and they shoot rockets at us, they've already learned. They're not stupid, okay? They learned that if they want to shoot rockets at us without dying, they have to do it in a smart way so we can't catch them. So what do? They have these underground places and on top of buildings that come out. They're like hidden, and then they come out. They become launch sites within like a couple of
I'm aware of all that. I'm aware of all these talk.
Okay.
I'm very aware.
Perfect,
Right.
great. So let me just finish.
The thing
Let
is,
me just
if
finish.
you're I don't want to hear the rest of what
But
the
why?
IDF
But
does,
I'm just
the
in the middle of
Hamas,
a
because
sentence.
I know I'm aware of it. I don't
But
like.
maybe the people.
It's not helpful. And
But it
also
is.
you're not talking,
And I'll
but you're
tell
not
you
talking
why.
to the people in the audience. You're talking to me. And I'm aware of what Hamas does. The difficulty is if you actually valued Palestinian lives as much as you valued Israeli lives, right? You'd be taking a much different approach, and Israel knows that,
How?
right? So
How?
how
You've
can you
told me before.
not? I've told you. I've actually have told you, right? Like I
No,
have.
you said not
right?
bombing them. You said not bombing them.
No,
That's
and
what you said.
engaging in good faith with Western allies and Arab countries to establish a
No,
trustee
but we
state there.
can't. But that's what you keep saying.
And you would allow humanitarian aid in.
No,
That's really easy.
this is the thing that, okay, first of all, humanitarian aid, you know very well, comes in with supplies to Hamas, and Hamas doesn't let
And
their
they ain't
civilians.
gonna bomb you with bread.
Okay, Hamas doesn't allow their civilians to get even a small percentage of what comes in as aid. They don't allow it,
That's
and we have Gazan
categorically untrue.
civilians.
Wait, that's categorically untrue.
There
Right?
are
The
Gazan civilians
starvation
who
and
are
death rate
doing this.
within Palestine, if that was true, right, the Palestinian civilians right now would not be calling for aid.
Okay,
Because it
because they
wouldn't have
know
mattered.
that
They
Hamas is
wouldn't
not
notice
going to
that
help
the aid was
them.
gone. You know
They
how
know
dumb
that
that is?
Hamas isn't going to help them. They
No,
know
but the
that.
thing is, Eden, the thing is, let me speak for a second though. If that was true, okay, then the Palestinian civilians would not be calling out for aid like they are right now, because they would not have noticed the aid be gone. You know that, right? Can we just recognize what you just said was like incredibly stupid, right?
It was not stupid because
Okay, then let's
I'm
talk about
here.
this.
I'm
You
on
have
the
one second.
ground.
Eden, you have to recognize at least some aid goes to the Palestinian people. At least
Okay,
some.
you think so, and I
Yes?
said small
No, yeah,
percentage.
do you
I
disagree? Do you
said
disagree?
before. I said before, a small percentage goes to them, but the majority of it goes to Hamas. They do not give a shit about their people. They don't give a shit about their own people. Okay,
So
and I'm telling you
we can
this
talk
as a
about the morals
person.
and ethics of Hamas. I don't support Hamas. It's not true that none of the aid goes. Okay, first of all, not true that none of the aid goes to civilians from
I
Hamas.
said,
Right?
I said a small
Hamas has
percentage.
social safety. Hamas has social network effects. Right? They started as a social safety charity. I don't support them, to be very clear. I want to make that very clear. But it's just not true to suggest that money and aid that goes through Hamas doesn't end up in any civilians. It's also not true that it doesn't go to the civilians otherwise. We can talk about the proportion that ends up in Hamas hands, but the other thing is what's your goal? Like literally, oh no, like the civilians of Hamas or like the militants of Hamas are going to starve, right? Like
No, but we're
what's the
gonna
goal
feed the
here?
terrorists that just murdered over 1,500 people.
You're gonna what?
But I'm saying no, we're not. We don't want them to starve. But what other option? We're gonna feed the people and give water to
No,
the people who just
you're gonna
murdered
feed you're gonna
1,500
kill
people.
less people. When you're caring about life, you care
No,
about life.
listen to
You're
my
gonna kill
question.
less people.
I'm saying. Listen to me, please. I'm saying that if we send in humanitarian aid right now, there's no way of it only receiving getting it to Palestinian innocent civilians. Hamas is taking it. We're not going to
Cool.
feed
Are they gonna
children.
bomb you with
We're
bread? What are
not
they
going
gonna
to
do?
feed. They're not going to feed the people who just murdered over 1,500 people. Why would I
But
give them water?
wait, so as to get it to the civilians. That's why.
So, okay, so you want us to go ahead and feed the terrorists that just murder our family because some of it's, and a small percentage of it, which I know for a matter of fact, because I'm here and I see it and I speak to the people who are here, is going to get to the Palestinian. The majority is going to
Wait,
get to Hamas.
Eden. Yeah, I'm gonna say if you're going to pretend to care about lives, you're gonna take the action that saves lives and doesn't end them.
Well, I can tell you this. If
This
I
is
have to,
just vengeance. This is just
it's
bloodthirst,
not
and it's not a
vengeance.
good
It's
look for
it.
the Israeli state.
We cannot afford to feed and give resources to the terrorists
Let's just
who
talk
just
about
did
food
what
for
they
a
did.
second. Let's just talk about food for a second. Okay, if your goal is to end Hamas, right? Not giving food to the Palestinian state won't work, right? Because Eden, you already know the Hamas militants are going to be some of the more well-off, more well-equipped, more well-fed people in the society. Okay, you know this, right?
Okay.
Cool. So if we cut off food, right, we know where the food stores will go to Hamas militants.
Wait,
Okay.
can I just clarify what you just said for a second? Actually, a lot of the Hamas militants are actually poor people, okay? And a lot of the commanders and the people who are high up, they have all the resources you're talking about. But a lot of the militants of Hamas are just regular poor people who are living inside of the Gaza Strip like everyone else.
No, I'm aware, but that means that they'll have access to whatever resources Hamas has, right? If we just want to do this very crude separation, right? Civilians, Hamas, okay? Hamas has resources by comparison to the civilians, right? And they're not going to die of starvation, right? By and large, because we still know that they're receiving resources from other areas. Okay. The citizens, on the other hand, have literally like no resources. So when we're talking about humanitarian aid, right, and you're saying, well, we can't give them resources, they'll attack us, right? Well, not giving them resources won't prevent them from attacking you, right? It won't. If anything, it will simply
Why won't
further.
it?
They're not going to starve.
How do you
You
know
really
that?
do you really think that Hamas militants are going to starve?
Why
Is
wouldn't
that your
they?
strategy?
I just
Because
told you.
they have some of the largest
It's not
stores of
about
food. They have some
starving
of the
them to
largest.
death. It's not about starving them to death.
Okay, what is it about?
It's about the fact that we cannot ensure for a matter of fact that this food is getting to innocent people. We're
But
only
we
knowing.
know that innocents are going to die if you don't.
Okay,
so
so
you're willing to
Hamas
kill
better.
civilians on
So
the
Hamas
account
better
of
find a way to
punishing
get it to
Hamas.
them. So Hamas better find a way to get it to them because Hamas is the one in control over there, not us. We're not in there.
So Eden, you're saying you're willing to kill civilians to punish Hamas.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Hamas.
So then why are we not giving them food?
Because Hamas is there, and we're not going to feed the terrorists that just murdered us and are continually trying to.
So Eden, that's a punishment.
So Hamas, therefore,
so
is
you're not going to
responsible.
feed. So you're not going to.
So why are
feed
you
this whole
blaming Israel
territory?
instead of? I have a question. Why are you blaming Israel instead of blaming Hamas, who is not allowing the food to get to them? If we're giving it, we're allowing
Wait,
it
but
in.
so Hamas is letting at least some food to get to them. You and I recognize that.
Okay, can I tell you, how do you know for a matter of fact how much percentage gets to Hamas and how much gets to them?
Did I ever state a percentage?
Okay, so what I'm telling you is I know for a matter of fact less than 2% of what they receive goes to Palestinian civilians. The rest goes to Hamas.
On what basis? Yeah, okay, I'm going to ask you where you got that information.
From the IDF. So I have a question for you.
Does any internationally recognized news media agree with you?
I can look it up and I can send it to you if you'd like after this.
Okay, let's take 2%.
But
right.
hold on a second.
If 2% is all of the food going to Palestinian civilians.
So I have to ask you a question. If this was your family right now, honestly, I'm asking you, if your family was just murdered brutally by people, by savages, I'd call them, would you?
That's just racist language. But
no, they are savages. The people that burnt people alive and cut off heads are savages. They're not humans and they're not even animals.
Yeah, and so are the ones bombing schools. But I don't use that language because it's not productive.
Okay. Regardless, would you feed them?
Would I feed them?
Would you feed the person that just murdered brutally your family? Would you?
If I had the option between not feeding them and killing civilians, if it was at the cost of me swallowing my pride and feeding a person I did
it's not about pride,
I had
it's just murdering your family. Remember?
Yeah, that's pride. It's valuable, right? But Eden, if you ask Eden, if you ask a question, I need to be able to answer.
No problem. I just want you to
let's do that.
You know?
Cool. So if the cost of my vengeance was 2.2 million civilians, I would not think that my vengeance was worth it, even if I had to accept that people that were despicable, morally reprehensible, and personally offensive to me, right, would get food from it. So yeah, I do believe that the humanity of 2.2 million civilians is well worth me setting aside vengeful, very natural feelings on account of the very humanitarian need. Right, so absolutely, I would feed them if what it meant was not starving civilians.
So what I'm saying to you is that I really want you to, for a second, okay, just step into the feet of a person that just lost. Hold on a second. Step into it. That just lost their children, their husband, their family, their cousins. There are whole families that were erased. Okay, and think to yourself. Would you give water and food to the person thinking that it might reach innocent civilians? Would you?
How many times do you want to ask this question, Eden?
Yes, you would. You think that if somebody just murdered, God forbid, I would never wish you what happened to some of these families here. Okay, somebody just murdered your mother, God forbid.
Wait, so Eden, also, let's use just slightly more TikTok friendly language, but unalived.
Sorry, I'm not on TikTok.
Yeah, it's fine. But just I'm also just going to cut you off there. I've heard your question, right?
Okay.
I've answered it.
Okay.
I've gone through struggle in my life. People close to me have died in brutalistic ways. People close to me have committed horrendous things, right? This type of emotive discussion, right? This type of emotional propaganda. I understand what you're saying. I have respect for the feelings that you're feeling.
It's not propaganda.
It's 100% propaganda.
But why would you? How could you say that? Honestly, that's so offensive. Because
be offended, Eden. I don't care. You don't care about the 7,000 civilians that died in Palestine.
But you see why? But you see,
this
is exactly the reason why there can never be peace. It's because you don't care. You understand? I'm telling you.
I don't care that you're offended. I care that you want to kill innocent civilians.
Okay, you see, but you choose and pick which side you care about more.
I care deeply. I care deeply about it. No. I have half my family is Jewish, right? Half my family cares deeply about Israel, right? I have Jewish friends. I have Jewish family. I grew up in Jewish communities. I grew up surrounded by Jewish people that I have massive amounts of respect and and they have massive amounts of respect for Israel, right? Like I have an incredibly personal connection, right, to the people that died in Israel on October 7th. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So to suggest for 2 seconds, right, that my discussion of this is anything other, right, than actual genuine care for reducing human losses, that's totally disingenuous. Not for 2 seconds have I ever said that the Israeli lives lost were not a tragedy, right? I've actively called them a tragedy, and what I'm doing right now is advocating for policies that I will save more lives.
Okay. And I respect that.
No, like that's disrespectful. That's offensive, right? Like my grandfather is fully Jewish, right? My
No,
mother
because
has
what
right
you're
to
saying to me,
gain citizenship in Israel. Okay, like that is dishonest. That is disrespectful.
okay,
I care
so
about the 1,000 something lives that were lost in Israel. Absolutely. I don't think the Israeli state does. I think the
okay,
Israeli state has put themselves in a situation, has actively, consistently escalated the situation so that they're willing to lose civilian lives, to use them as an excuse to continue their ethnic cleansing struggle, their ethnic cleansing project. We know that they've done this, right? That's why I'm against this, is because I want to save Israeli lives. And not for 2 seconds do I believe that the ethnic cleansing Zionists actually have the safety of Israelis in mind when they are consistently escalating the situation in the area. Right? So no, I care about his Palestinian lives, but I also care about Israeli lives. And the shit you're advocating is going to cost civilian lives on both sides. And you know
okay.
that. And you're willing to put theological ethnic cleansing ideology above that. And that's insane.
So what you're saying here, and the reason I got upset is because you're saying that you don't care about me being offended.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't care for 2
telling
seconds about you being offended.
But like,
That's
why?
true.
Like, why? I
Because you
care if
want to
you
kill
get offended.
civilians.
I care if you would be offended by what.
Because the morals you were suggesting was that you're willing to put your vengeful attitude above civilian lives.
But you're saying
And
it's
if me saying
vengeful.
if it's vengeful, it's literally nothing
But
other than
I'll tell you
vengeance.
why it's not. It's not about vengeance. It's about trying to cut off supplies to help them continue to hurt us. It's a security measure. If anything, it's not
Does it
about
make you
vengeance.
more secure? Are they gonna throw the bread at you?
If I knew
Are they
for a
are they
second,
gonna spill water on you? Like
if but again, once again, if they're hungry, if they aren't able to drink, they're probably going to be less able to continuously keep shooting rockets and trying to come into Israel. You know, after the whole thing happened on October 7th, there have been numerous attempts for them to try to come into Israel again. Okay? This is
yeah,
what I'm
now
saying.
there's
It's
like
not
a
out of
full
vengeance.
scale grand exchange. But wait, you actually genuinely believe, right, that their food blockade is going to reduce Hamas's aggression or ability to attack? That's your
Yes,
genuine belief?
I believe that if it's harder for them to be able to just, eat, drink, to be able to get whatever they need to get, of course, I mean, honestly, if you hadn't eaten for 3 days, would you have enough energy
But do you
to do
really
what
think that
you're doing?
Hamas militants will be the first ones hit by this? Is
Listen to
that your
me.
view?
If I could ensure that innocent Palestinians were the ones getting this, were the ones getting all of the aid, I would, in a heartbeat, say, let's do it. Let's give it to them. But you can't ensure that because Hamas, again, we have Gazan civilians speaking to people in the IDF, calling them, saying, hey, they're not giving us anything. They're not letting us leave. They're telling us, they're shooting us if we try to leave. That's literally what they're saying.
The question is, okay, if you want to switch the conversation to the escape discussion, there's nowhere for them to go. But also, like
Why?
there's nowhere to go. You've bombed South Gaza
Why?
as well.
Why can't they go? Why won't any other, in Ukraine, for example,
Wait,
when
where
Ukraine,
would the Palestinians go?
so let me tell you, the Ukrainians, started the war, or more like Russia started the war with Ukraine, uh, all the European countries around were prepared to allow entrance to refugees from the war. Why aren't any of the Arab surrounding countries here helping out their brothers and allowing them to come into their countries?
Eden, would you advocate? I'll answer that in a second. Would you advocate that the Jewish Israeli civilians should just flee their land after October 7th? Do you think that that's the solution?
We need to eradicate Hamas. The only way
No,
to do
oh no, wait. Eden,
let me continue.
do you believe that the action the West should have
No, I
taken?
don't believe that.
Okay, then why do you
I don't
hold a
believe
double
that.
standard for Palestinians?
But Israel isn't the one who just ran in to Gaza and did what they did to us. And so therefore, now that we are in the
That's the West
situation,
Bank, so, and you kind of
okay,
did when you
whatever. If you
occupied
think that,
Gaza,
if you
like
think that what
for
they have
like
done
10
to
years
us,
you occupied
if you
Gaza. I
think,
don't know. You literally
if,
did occupy Gaza for quite a while, so you literally did run into Gaza illegally
okay,
against
for how many
international
years now
law.
have we not been there?
How many years did you set up a blockade illegally against them? Right, for
Okay,
I
so
believe
because
10
how
years.
many years have they been trying to sneak in weapons to kill us with there?
Yeah, exactly. But you haven't even been sneaking in the weapons, have you? You've been pulling
Sorry?
them full force and shooting people. Like,
What do you
the,
even, what, okay, let me
who
honestly
cares?
ask
Who
you.
cares if they sneak in weapons when y'all walk in fully with full face, right, and shoot them?
Okay, so the difference between you and me is I'm here and you're there. That's the difference. Okay?
You
I
moved there. That's your fault.
I
Like,
served in the IDF.
you
You're not
joined a
gonna
colonial
tell
army.
me you're not gonna tell me what the IDF does because you don't know. You don't know.
I mean,
You see
I've
videos
seen what they
and you
admitted
see
to.
social media and you watch Al Jazeera and you watch Eye on Palestine and you watch all these places
You
and
don't
you
know what
watch
I
all these
watch.
biased news sources. I'm here
You don't know
on
what
the
I
ground.
watch. I listen to
Okay.
Israeli leaders and what they say. And I'm like,
Okay.
wow, what the
So
Israeli
why don't
leaders are
you, once
saying is
again,
disgusting.
I'm
Right? The
here on the
Israeli leaders
ground.
admit to collective punishment. Right?
Will,
Even if we go
I'm
just by the
here.
Israeli, like, what do you mean?
I'm here on the ground. I know thousands of people who serve in the IDF, family members, friends. We do not just go around shooting people in the face. We
I
do
never
not.
suggested you were. What do you mean?
Okay, so because that's what you just said. You just said,
What
"Oh
I
yeah,
said is
because
that
they
you
go
walk
around, they
into
run around
Gaza full
shooting
face
people."
with weapons, right, and commit war crimes, which is
Where?
admittedly what
Where?
they've
When's the
done.
last time we entered Gaza? Before this?
On the ground?
Yes, on the ground. When's the last time?
I mean, today you entered Gaza on the ground.
Okay, before October 7th, I'm talking about.
What, you implemented the full blockade in 2014, right? But there have been IDF troops that have entered Gaza periodically, right? At least for security checks, within the past 10 years. I can get the
Okay,
specifics up if
when
you'd really
is the
like.
last time that the IDF did a ground invasion into Gaza or
Oh,
even got
this is
invaded?
getting even more specific, right? So they occupied up until 2005, I believe it was, right?
And
And
then
then
we removed
they did
9,000
a
Israeli civilians.
yeah, who were in violation of international law in terms of their
They were
settlement.
not.
I mean, but according to whom were they not? Because
They were not.
everyone, like the
Okay, so
entire
if
international
you take
community
the
recognized them
UN,
in
if
violation
you
of
take the
international law.
UN, if you take the UN as the person who decides who's in violation of international law, well, I'll tell you here, I don't believe a flying shit about what the UN says.
Well,
And if you,
the Israeli state does.
okay,
I
no, the
mean,
Israeli state
the official
just
position of the Israeli
now, the
state is that
official of Israel.
they're a full member state and signatory of the UN and the Geneva
Okay, well, I
Convention,
can tell you that
right?
just
So,
now, an Israeli official in the UN said that the UN is no longer a legitimate organization to say what's right and what's wrong, since they won't, since they said some kind of speech. I'm not exactly sure on the facts, what speech they said there about, Hamas and I don't know what. And I can tell you this: the UN, as much as it condemns Israel, rarely condemns countries who commit worse war crimes. Rarely. If you take it the number,
delusion. It's
if you
delusional.
look at the number of UN, what's it called, resolutions against Israel, and then you look at the
How
UN
many of
resolutions
them have
against
passed?
Russia,
How
or
many of
UN
them have passed?
resolutions against Iran, for a matter of fact,
Do you
which
know
is a
why there are
country.
so many? Do you know why there have been had to be so many resolutions against Israel?
Go ahead and tell me.
Really, this maybe can be an exercise in critical thinking. Let's maybe think why there would be so many resolutions against Israel.
Because it's so clear, like it's literally the most biased organization in the
That's
world.
not the answer. Maybe it's because all of the resolutions keep on getting vetoed.
Okay,
So you
if
need
you
so when
think that,
so the thing is this is a fun exercise
I
in
don't
critical
believe
thinking, everyone.
anything
Is
the
no,
UN.
but you don't have to believe me. This is like very public
Not
record.
you, not you, not you.
Yeah,
The
cool.
UN.
But the thing is yeah. So the Russian, the resolutions against Russia, they passed, right? Because either Russia was boycotting, right, the UN or abstained. So the resolutions against Russia passed, even though they do have a veto. The U.S. has consistently used their veto, right, to deny all Israeli condemnations of Israel. So they have to keep trying. Like, this is such a nonsense. Like, Eden, I don't like.
If you want to
You
talk about
can't
anything,
actually believe what you're saying, right?
I
This is
do believe
so
it.
dumb. This is so like. I'm not calling you dumb. What you're saying is like extraordinarily stupid. Of
I'm sorry
course
that
there
you
are
feel that way.
of course there are a bunch of resolutions against Israel. All of them keep getting denied, bro. So they
Okay,
keep
okay.
trying. So
I
okay, who
personally,
cares if there are a lot of resolutions? They keep getting denied. They have to keep
once
trying.
again,
It's not a biased organization when they
I
literally
personally,
put boots on the ground to fight Hezbollah, right? And then if in the benefit of Israel, right?
I
Stabilizing Lebanon from Hezbollah benefits Israel. And then what does Israel do? They bomb the fucking UN peacekeepers. Like, it's not a biased organization. They try and help Israel, and then Israel fucks them over.
okay, the UN does not try and help Israel, okay?
It did.
And if you
What are the who are the peacekeepers in Lebanon trying to stabilize Hezbollah? Who is that primarily helping?
okay, I've
Who
never
does
heard of this. I've never heard of anything peacekeepers in Lebanon. I've never heard of this. Okay, you can laugh all you want. I think it's rude. I mean, I don't laugh at you when you talk. I take this very seriously. I don't think it's funny at all, actually.
But it's
But
you don't take it seriously. You don't know what you're talking about.
okay, according to you, I don't know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
But
I
you
know
don't.
more
But
than
you don't. This is a really
listen.
important part of foreign policy.
About what's
If you're
happening
going
in
to fight
Israel
for a
right now,
terrorist
I know more than
organization,
you,
right?
that's
Like,
for
know their
sure.
policy.
About what's
It,
happening in Israel right now, I know more than you, that's for sure, because you like to speak out of the comfort of your home. Right now, I'm on a military base defending my country right now, okay? I don't get to have that privilege. I don't get to just hang out with my friends and speak out of the comfort of my home in my couch on my bed, okay? I have to be here on a military base right now because they're trying to kill my friends and family, okay? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, wait, but
then
what about,
study up, bro. Like,
okay,
study up about the
I
terrorist
know
organization
everything.
that you're serving.
Okay, the terrorist organization that I'm serving is a legitimate army that is fighting for innocent civilians not to be hurt. We have a responsibility to our civilians, and Hamas, which was elected by 80% of Palestinians, they have
When?
they
When were they elected by 80% of
80% of
Palestinians? When?
Palestinians, 80% of Palestinians support Hamas. 80%
According
today of
according to
Palestinians.
what?
This is according to research.
Whose?
Um, this is okay. So I work with an organization.
Because you changed your position.
No, no, I'll tell you.
You
I'll
said
tell you.
80.
I'll
One
tell
second.
you.
You said,
I
yeah. Get me
work
the
with an
information. Give me 2 seconds.
organization.
You said that 80% of Palestinians elected Hamas. Is that a true sentence?
No, I changed it to 80% of Palestinians support Hamas today.
Cool. Yeah, I'd love that number from who.
Okay, so IDSF. Look up IDSF on the internet right now. IDSF, they have plenty of different research papers done by people who are honestly years and years involved in this conflict. Like if you know of Mordechai Kedar, if you know about all these people who really, really have learned the Quran from when they were 13 years old and speak Arabic fluently and know everything going on in the region.
Cool.
This is
Can I read out the IDSF's about us for 2 seconds? We are a group of 16,000 reserve officers and operatives from all branches of Israeli security forces, dedicated to guiding the narrative of Israelis' national security needs and ensuring that Israel's security in the homeland of Jewish people is never taken for granted.
100%.
So you have just led me to the official Israel propaganda site for the military.
Okay, if that's what you want to
Do
say.
you believe that the Israeli propaganda site for the military is
It's not
a
just because it's
respectable thing to point
IDSF.
me to?
Just because the name is IDSF doesn't mean that it's in any way connected to the IDF. Okay,
But
these are
no,
people from
it's
all.
literally reserve officers from
Yes,
branches of
but
the
it's not.
Israeli security
Okay, can you let
forces,
me
and
speak?
it's dedicated to providing the
Okay, can
narrative
you
of
let me
Israel's
speak and
national
I'll
security
explain it
needs.
to you? Just let me speak. Like you're just going off and not letting me explain to you. So I'll
You might
explain. I'll explain. These are released people. These are reserve officers. It's not an official IDF site or anything like that. These are people who opened an organization after they were done with the service, or they did, or some people are still on service, but they decided to take on their own to open an organization. And if you want, and you actually want to look into the members of the organization, there are people who are far left reservists, far right, people from all over the spectrum of Israel
right,
who
but
still
there.
believe in Israel's national security, okay? And Israel does have a right to national security. You can laugh all day long about it.
I'm
But look,
laughing about wait, but it's not from all right. Their literal mission statement, right? Their mission statement. This is on their
look
website.
into
Our
them.
1 second, yeah, 1 second. I am our mission. We are a Zionist. It's the fourth word, bro.
Of
We are a
course, what's wrong with
Zionist,
being a Zionist?
security-based. Well, wait, no, but Zionism is the ideology we're debating right now, bro.
Yeah, the Zionism is
So
literally the belief that Jews have a right to have a land in Israel, a Jewish state in Israel. That's literally
yeah,
the belief of it.
yeah, and when that state looks like an ethno state, which it would when it's if it's a Jewish or Muslim or Christian state, right? That's what
Yeah, but
any
again,
given
this all
religion
goes
having a
back.
state. I don't support ethno states, but the thing is what we're talking about is I'm anti-Zionist, you're not, right? You pointed me to something that is the fourth word in its mission is we are a Zionist security-based movement whose aim is to position
So
Israel's
literally, just
security at the
look up
top
on
of national
Google.
positions.
Okay, look up on Google then, since you don't want to go for the IDSF or you think that I'm trying to somehow lie to you. Go
I
on
don't think
Google
you're
and
lying. I think you've been lied to, and you spread that
search
lie.
up on Google how many Palestinians in Gaza support Hamas.
Okay, we can get the Washington Institute of Near East Policy. Cool. So they found. Okay, so
My phone is going to die soon, by the way.
yeah. In fact, so here's an excerpt. In fact, Gazan frustration with Hamas governance is clear. Most Gazans express a preference for PA administration and security officials over Hamas. The majority of Gazans, 70%, support a proposal of the PA sending officials and security officers to Gaza to take over administration there, with Hamas giving us separate armed units, including 47% who strongly agree, right? The number here is overall, 57% of Gazans express at least somewhat of a positive opinion of Hamas, along with a small percentage of Palestinians in the West Bank, with 52% in the West Bank, and East Jerusalem 64% in the West Bank, right? Who they express a positive view of. Though Gazans who express this opinion are fewer than the number of Gazans who express a positive view of Fatah, or however it's pronounced, I forget. Right, the former PLO. What?
Fatah, but it doesn't matter.
Fatah.
The point.
Yeah, so no, not 80%, and no, not more than the people that support the PLO, right? And no,
And what's the
most actually
PLO?
don't. Also, it's a separate, but arguably, less violent, arguably less directly anti-Semitic, terroristic organization. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying so basically what you're saying is that the majority of people support an organization some way or another that doesn't want Israel here.
No. What I said is that what this asked was
either PLO
whether
or Hamas or
no.
Fatah.
What this said is they have roughly a positive opinion of them, right? But the majority of Gazans, but the majority, that's not what you said. That's different.
Support.
But no, when you actually ask them what they support, the majority of Gazans support a proposal of the PA sending in official organizations, and the PA, the Palestinian Authority, right, does not want Israel to cease to exist. So no.
That's what they say out loud. That's what they say out loud.
Okay, well, the thing is
but then
if everyone who disagrees with you wants your complete destruction,
no,
right, there's no discussion to have, right? The PA is a Western construct, bro.
It's
like,
not
the PA
everyone.
was literally created by the UN. I don't know what you want.
You're right. And then they became into a Trojan horse because they're the ones who pay for slay terrorists who kill Israeli civilians. They literally pay them. They pay them money. This is a fact.
Bro,
the PA
and y'all paid for Hamas. Like, what do you want from us? And you paid Hamas. Like, if we want to go back the farthest to the funding, right? At some point, you funded Hamas.
I understand you don't have anything to say, but like, I mean,
I literally, well, Eden, I'm speaking, so
no, because
I do have things to say.
You just
no. The point is funding's quite complicated to go into. If we really want to go into funding, we can talk about y'all funding Hamas.
I didn't talk about funding.
You did. You said they.
No, you're deflecting. You literally just said. I just said to you that the PA is basically a Trojan horse or another undercover terrorist organization. That's what it turned into, at least, since they pay for terrorists. They have a pay for slay process over there that they do.
Okay, where did you get this information?
This is literally a known fact worldwide. Look up pay for slay. Look up pay for slay Palestinian Authority.
Okay. Pay for slay. So this is the pay for slay was tolerated to some extent for the foundation of the PA in 1998 until the murder of American citizens, and that okay. What is pay for slay by this definition? The most outrageous financial crime perpetrated is stipends to members of families of jailed or slain terrorists through what they call their martyr fund. So they pay the families of jailed terrorists. So they don't pay the people. Not defensible though. This is bad. Yeah. It is deeply rooted in.
It's literally called a
Oh,
martyr. They literally pay the family.
the government of Israel plays an important enforcement role in this process.
Okay.
So that's off of congressional testimony in 2023. So
Okay, it's literally
where did
called.
it? So that's off to. Let's see.
Okay. It's literally
Palestinian
called Martyr
Authority
Fund. If
Martyrs
this isn't a
Fund.
reason, okay, if you think about it, since there's so many people in the Gaza Strip who are Palestinians who don't really have anything because of Hamas, they're willing to go out and try to carry out terrorist attacks because they know that their family is going to have a better life if they murder Israeli civilians. This is the way that they convince them to kill people on our side.
Oh, and it's now run by the PLO.
Okay. The
So
PA
it's so
still
wait, so
enforces
it
the
actually wait,
PA.
no. So the Martyrs Fund is no longer affiliated with the PA. It's part of the PLO, which you and I agreed we don't really support. And it also sent out funds to innocent bystanders killed during violent events. So it did quite a bit. It did have quite some nasty bits, which I we can get more information on. I would test as far as I could tell, but it's not even run by the PLO.
By the
Or
PA.
by the PA anymore.
Okay, this is not true. I can tell you for a matter of fact, the PA still continues to pay terrorist families that killed Israeli civilians.
I
This
mean,
is
they
for a
don't
matter of.
seem to,
Okay, I know that you
judging
think
on
that they don't
like,
seem to, but I can tell you this for a
and
matter of
also,
fact
yeah.
because I can tell you for a matter of fact because this is actually something I take a large part of research in with all the organizations I work with. Okay. And I work with a lot of organizations about this. And this is a known fact. This is a known fact. They even admit to it. They admit to it themselves that they pay and they thank the martyrs for their sacrifice to the Palestinian people by killing innocent Israeli civilians. Okay. So
I mean, I just
after
read you off
all,
the actual information regarding this,
okay.
but
So
yeah,
look
so
at,
I don't have to support the PA, but you claimed that 80% of Gazans supported Hamas, right? And then you pointed me to a what is effectively a propaganda wing of the IDF, right? It's not officially associated as you well recognize, but it's full of the members, see duck, say duck, but that's wrong. That's not true. That's well known to be a lie. Um, I mean, every other independent organization that has ever looked into this has shown that they don't support it, right? At least at 80%. The 2006 election, 44% of them voted for Gaza. That's for Hamas. That's about half as much as you suggested. Is she off or is she just? Oh, her phone probably died, didn't she? Fun, fun, fun. Wow, truly so many people in guest requests. Um, well. Okay, everyone. What should I do? That was a really, really good discussion. It was a really, really good discussion. Um, yeah, so let's set out the rules of this again. Any anti-Semitic statements being made, anything against Jewish people, don't say in my comments. That's despicable and I don't support it. I have a Jewish family. I come from a Jewish heritage. That's unacceptable and I don't support it. I won't ever. Right? But if anyone wants to disagree, come send a guest request. We can talk. Follow me up here. Please do take 2 seconds and go onto my YouTube. Up. It's in the link in my bio. I'm going to upload this pretty pretty quickly to my YouTube, hopefully, as soon as I can, probably within 1 or 2 days. So if y'all want to watch it, then I will have it up there. Thank you to everyone who sent gifts. I also do have my cash in my bio, which helps, spend time on this. But gifts also do boost the live the most, and that's really, really helpful. So yeah. Let's do that. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, what'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
I'm actually in Tel Aviv right now, and
Wild.
I disagree with you on everything you're stating, basically, mostly. So
Okay, cool.
I'd like to ask you firstly, what do you suggest Israel should be doing in response to the October 7th massacre? Like, what do you suggest would be a fair response?
Yeah, so I think first of all they should follow their international obligations, right? I think that's the lowest of the low bars that they should do, right? So they shouldn't violate international law. They shouldn't commit war crimes that they've committed themselves to not violating. Next, I believe that it's relatively clear that their actions within Palestine, consistent bombardment, is going to cause undue civilian casualties, right, and not actually reduce the risk of extremists or militant extremists in the area, right? So I would advocate what I've advocated for a very long time in the Middle East, which is the only thing that's ever really been shown to work, which is working with their Western allies and whichever Arabs they could convince are materially beneficial, right, to establish a trustee state within the area. That has actually been shown to reduce terroristic organizations within that area.
But do you not believe there should be retaliation for such an awful massacre?
Yeah, so I just believe in effective retaliation, right? So what did we do in Pakistan to get Osama bin Laden, right? There were terrorist organizations in Pakistan. Pakistan probably knew about it as well. So did probably Saudi Arabia, right? What did we do? We sent in special forces to actually attempt to reduce the specific terrorist threat directly, right? But we didn't mass bomb homes, right? Because that's actually what is slightly more effective, and that actually effectively got rid of that leader. And then we attempted to establish the problem we did was we established a trustee state by America. I'm advocating an Arab trustee state in that place. So I'd say they do what actually works, not what makes them, what justifies the ethno state.
Well, we've attempted many things in the past that were nowhere close to the measure we're taking now, and it hasn't worked. More diplomatic ways have not worked. Sorry?
Never in good faith have you attempted to stabilize the region. It's actually been
within
Israel's foreign policy to destabilize the region consistently, right? That's why Netanyahu himself recognized that it was his internal policy to tacitly support Hamas.
We can agree the past 20 years. The current prime minister of Israel is a horrible person, and I absolutely believe that. But there have been many prior prime ministers that were amazing people that just wanted a two-state solution, and it didn't happen because Palestinians refused. So that's
did they ever offer a two-state solution in proportion to actual population?
I would have to research that, honestly.
Never. No, yeah, never did they. They never did. It's never happened. And they've yeah. So here's the difficulty with that is when we talk about the former two-state solutions, that's why I say they're not in good faith, right? They value having a Zionist ethno-state over human lives. And when we see that's what is costing human lives. And that's why the question of, well, what would you do? Well, I wouldn't support an ethno-state in the first place. And because their hand has been forced, right, by merit of them wanting an ethno-state to commit war crimes like this. But the reason I referenced Netanyahu is because he did speak at least some truth in that he was masked off. He said that Israel has been tacitly supporting Hamas within Gaza to destabilize Fatah.
Netanyahu never said that.
Yeah, he's referenced the support of Islamic jihadists within Gaza to reduce the power of the PLO. He did.
Could you show me proof of that? Because I've never heard that. And I just have another question. Do you believe Israel shouldn't exist as a whole?
What do you mean? In what way?
As a country, a Jewish state for Jewish people in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't believe that any religion should have an ethno-state. I don't believe that any ethnicity should have an ethno-state. So I don't support ethno-states.
But what if you're being persecuted worldwide and you need one safe place which isn't even safe? Like, I heard you say before, you have Jewish family, right? So I'm
Yeah.
assuming they are not wearing their Magen David necklaces or kippas or anything because it's dangerous right now. Every time I talk to my family, we have to like, are you okay? Are you safe? Don't show that you're Jewish. You know what I mean?
Well, to be clear, they're ethnically Jewish and they're not practicing Jews.
Oh,
So
well,
it
but
just means they have access. They like my parents and my grandparents can claim Israeli citizenship. That's why I talk about it. They're not practicing Jews. The farthest back practicing Jews, my great grandfather. But yeah, so I agree. There's anti-Semitism. The interesting thing is ethnostates just breed more violence, right?
it's,
They just
can I
breed more violence,
offer
and we
a
know they just
perspective?
breed more violence.
I'm not, I wasn't born Jewish, okay? So I was born and raised Christian in Peru, actually. And I moved to Israel when I was older, and I've been living here for 6 years. And amongst the process, I chose to convert to Judaism because I've seen Israel, I witnessed it. I know how it works, how life is within Israel. And I've met so many Arab Palestinians within Israel that are like living with us, coexisting very, very, very peacefully. It's not true.
Wait, but that's fine. But it is you're recognizing it's an ethno-state. You can on one side recognize an ethno-state and then on the other deny the consequences of that, right?
I'm not
So you
saying there
can't
are
have an
no
ethno-state
consequences
without having an
though.
ethno-state. So what does it mean for it to be a Jewish state other than an ethno-state?
I believe the reason why I wish a Jewish state was not necessary. But anti-Semitism worldwide is raging so badly, besides the point that Israel was created after the Holocaust, which was like a very urgent measure for Jews to be safe in the world at the time. I understand the current government is not ideal, and many, many, many Palestinians have to suffer because of that, in great part. But
But the
I
thing is
also,
it wasn't just motivated by keeping Jews safe.
well, what's happening now, you're saying?
No. The foundation of Israel wasn't just
I
motivated
would
by keeping
not.
Jews safe. It's a dishonest history to suggest that it was primarily oriented at keeping Jews safe.
And what was it oriented to, according to you?
According to the founder of Israel, right? It was to reinstate or to express the right of Jews to have that land on the basis of their theological and ethnic claims, right, of indigeneity to that land. It's not just
And
to do with
what's
safety.
wrong
Some of
with
the
that?
reasons that other people supported, right, Zionism was for safety, right? They recognized that they needed a place to be safe. But the reason they chose that particular plot of land, right, because they believed it to be their promised land and they believed it to be their birthright on the basis of them having been
Yeah.
kicked out of it almost 2,000 years ago, right? That's not safety, right? That's a different foundation mythos than safety is.
But where else would you suggest we would have created a country where Jews can be safe, other than the
I
one
don't.
place we are
I don't
actually
believe in ethno states.
Okay.
So
Okay, but
nowhere.
what do you
But we
suggest
could talk about.
should
There
be
are plenty of
done?
safer places. There were lots of suggestions, right? If we're talking about it coming out of the Holocaust, carve a part out of Germany, right? Like that seems like the logical approach, right? Like if we're going to talk about it, it seems like the logical approach to say, hey, the people that we're, that by and
Yeah.
large, by and large victimize them, let's punish those people and take their land, right? They were willing
Hmm.
to carve up countries, so let's just carve a bit out of their country, and then they're in Europe, which is by and large one of the much more safe, by and large, than the Middle East. It's much more stable, right? They could gain small country protections like they do for Luxembourg and Liechtenstein, right? Who are some of the richest and most successful countries in the world, right? Like that seems like one of the best places for them to do it, right? But that's not what they did, because they put their religious and historical claims and their religious convictions above their own safety, right?
But
That's
is
why
that
the
not?
discussion of safety is a bit of a non sequitur.
But that's the same thing Palestinians are doing. They're putting their beliefs and their right, their indigenous right to the land above the indigenous rights of Jews on the land, because the land is
Oh,
ethnic to both groups.
cool. So then you should respect. So then you shouldn't found a Jewish state in that area. You should find a
Arab
multi-ethnic state
people
in that
are
area.
allowed. You know how many Arab countries there are in the world? There's so many.
Wait, but
So
we're talking
many.
about this land, and you're recognizing that Palestinians are indigenous and have a right to that land as well, right?
But are you aware, like I assume you are, because you're hosting a debate, but Palestine was never a country, an independent country.
Well, but Israel in its current form was never a country either, right? We had the kingdom of Judea, right, which was fundamentally different. It was also multi-ethnic.
No,
The
it wasn't
kingdom
a
of
country. I'm
Judea,
not saying it was, but
yeah.
Israel
So
is a country at
cool.
the moment, and Palestine was not merely Muslim people, Arab people. There were Jews as well.
Yeah, so cool. So you're advocating a mono-ethnic ethno-state, right?
No, I
That is
believe
theological. Okay,
Palestinians
do you
are
believe in
allowed
a
to
Jewish
live
state in
here.
that area? Do you believe in a Jewish state for that area?
I believe there should be two states. A Palestinian state and a Jewish state, and there should be peace, and Palestinians should be able to live here, and vice versa. But that's unlikely to ever happen. But that's what I would like.
Okay, cool. You believe in a two-state solution.
Yeah.
Would you be comfortable giving up, I don't know, a proportion of the land in proportion to the population when Israel was
Yes.
originally founded in
Yes.
1940s?
Peace in the region? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. And do you believe there can ever be peace as long as Zionists, right, believe that the whole of that land, right, is belonging to them and not of
But
theirs?
I believe you're mistaking the meaning of Zionism, because it doesn't have to be the whole of the land. I consider myself a Zionist, and it doesn't have to be extreme. You don't have to take it to the extremes. It's not necessarily.
But that seems like the natural conclusion, right?
I mean, Zionism is mainly the idea that we believe we have a right to exist here, which is, I believe, nothing wrong with that.
Right, but it needs the refounding of Jewish control, right? Zionism historically and politically is not that. But great, so you're advocating a two-state solution, and you would be comfortable with Israelis only controlling roughly like 30% of the land in that area, right?
If there was a way to actually have peace and actually coexist, yes.
Okay, and is that what Israel's been trying to do within the past 70 years?
For example, Rabin, I don't know if you know about Rabin. He was a prime minister in Israel many years ago. He was killed, and he was about to sign a two-state solution deal with the PA.
And was that two-state solution deal like fair in any way, shape, or form?
I believe it was. It was the most land we've ever offered in the history of the conflict, and it didn't go.
Just because it was the least unfair doesn't mean it was fair.
I understand what you're saying, but also you have to take into consideration that many of the extremism in this people, like Palestinians in general, of course, a lot of people are civilians and they're good people, but there's a lot of people that incline towards, Hamas and all these things. Actually, when you were
there are a lot of people that voted for Netanyahu who are quite despicable as well because they're killing more people.
Okay, but over 70% of the Israeli population at the moment is against him. Do you know there were protests all over the country before this war because no one agrees with Netanyahu?
No, I know, but by and large, Israel, there are still huge sects of Orthodox Zionists that call for expansions of Israel or at least maintenance of the current Israel, right? All of those are despicable beliefs as well.
I don't think that's representative of the majority of the population of Israel. I believe the majority
the majority of population of Israel identifies Zionist.
I do myself, but I think you're twisting the meaning of Zionism.
And the majority of the population of Israel recognize that the current territory of Israel has the right to defend itself, right? Which would mean that the maintenance of the borders, which would be continuing the current oppression that happens due to those borders.
But are you aware, when the borders were not there, when the guards were not there, where it was a lot more of a coexisting amicably situation? There were so many suicide bombings, so many people were killed, people would blow up hospitals, schools, and we had to secure the area with checkpoints, to survive,
And has that secured the area?
A lot more than before, yes.
How many Palestinian deaths were involved in that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, how many Palestinian deaths have happened? So has there been an escalation in deaths of the conflict or a de-escalation of deaths in the conflict after the full blockade?
I would have to research that, but there's
been an escalation. There's been a drastic escalation in the deaths of the conflict.
That makes perfect sense, actually. So
So it didn't secure the area.
But it did.
It made the area more dangerous.
Israelis and words.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's secure. Oh, sorry. I forgot that we only care about Israelis.
No, that's not the case. But we do have to.
Let's not speak like we only care about Israelis.
I don't believe so. I think you'd need to be here and really experience the situation to understand it and grasp it more. Because the previous girl you were talking to, Eden, I think, what's her name? She was trying to explain to you, when you're here and you live it and you see it with your own eyes, you have an understanding that is so much deeper. I heard you say to her many times that an IDF website is necessarily propaganda, which is not true.
It is necessary. Well, when they say we're in charge, I wouldn't trust a Department of Defense website.
Right?
The American Department, because they lie all the time.
Show me proof of them lying
all the time.
Show me proof of them lying. I've never seen
They've rescinded claims all the time. The 40 beheaded babies claim.
And
Immediately.
that's
They
not,
rescinded it.
bro, can I tell you something? During that attack, I lost people that I know, okay? And none of that is a lie. I've spoken to people.
No, but the 40 beheaded babies claim is a lie,
It's
right?
not. I've seen
They've been
pictures.
forced to rescind it. They've rescinded it.
It's not true. Can you show me Israel saying it's not
The
true?
Israelis, the official Israeli position is that they rescinded it. Yes, they did. Yeah, they did. We could look it up like in 2 seconds.
Yeah, please look it up.
They
Because
did.
I only have my
Okay.
phone, and if I do, I'm gonna pause.
Rescinded. Oh.
And either way, if they were not 40 babies, do you think it really makes a difference? A single beheaded baby is insanity.
No, it's that they saw none.
That's not true. I've spoken to a person who survived, whom I know, who had to see the body of one of his friends who was pregnant. Her stomach was cut up. Her baby, unborn, was taken out and beheaded. And this is someone I know personally. So I think it's really narcissistic to think you understand better than the people who are seeing it with their own eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I understand better. That's why I don't want to fund it.
Okay, but I'm trying to explain things to you and tell you this happened, and you tell me no, it didn't. But I know people that witnessed it, and you don't, you know?
Wait, that's the thing. If you don't think I'm competent enough to talk about this, you should support me.
No, when did I say I didn't think you were competent?
That's the thing. But if you don't think the thing is, if it's about personal experience, if I just need to come there and understand, right?
No, it's not just about personal experience, but when I tell you
That's
something
the
happened, you're
thing.
really quick to say it didn't. And you have like no
I
proof.
said that they walk back the claim.
But can you show me? That never happened.
Yeah, so Al Jazeera reported that they walk back the claim as well as the White House walking back the claim.
Okay, can I look it up myself and just to be sure, like I want to see it.
There's no reason to pause the debate currently for this claim. It's
Okay.
not terribly important. But, I mean, Israel has been caught in lies before. I don't think anyone can deny that. The U.S. Department of Defense has been caught in lies before, right? Like, we know they've been caught in lies before. That's why I don't believe them. I don't believe Israel, because they're interested. That's why I don't believe Hamas either. Hamas has lied before. Any propaganda that they release, I'm not going to believe either, right? Like,
But
all these people consistently lie. I'm not going to believe their own propaganda, which is admittedly propaganda to guide the narrative.
More fair and coherent to believe a democratic country than it is to believe a terrorist organization. One is clearly much more reliable than the other.
No, I'm not saying they're equally unreliable, right? What I'm saying is that they both lie all the time. And here's the thing is we have bars for this, right? We have independent news media, we have independent investigative journalism, right? That can report on it. Right. So when we talk about evidence, let's talk about the evidence from independent news media that doesn't have these biases or ingrained agendas. Right. Whereas Israel necessarily has these biases and ingrained agendas. They're founded on an ethno-religious myth. Right. The discussion of the myth of Jewish indigeneity.
But do you not recognize when you've been persecuted your entire history, that might create a need for something that's out of the ordinary, such as the creation of a Jewish state, which I would normally not agree with.
Has that made Jews safer?
I believe it does, yes. Israel
is very
much. It does, because I do live in Israel and I know how safe everyone around me feels as opposed to our home countries. Like
so
me being
per year currently, right? America is safer for Jews than Israel is.
America's not safe for Jews at the moment whatsoever.
It's safer for Jews than Israel is.
Are you sure of that?
1,300 Jews, or primarily Jewish people, died.
That was on a single day, like during a massacre.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about within this year.
But on the daily, it's much more safe for a Jew to live in Israel than it is to live elsewhere. It's the only place you can be Jewish openly without being afraid.
Domestically, right? That's true. But when you're taking into a foreign accounts, when you're taking bombs being thrown at you, when you're taking consistently being invaded, right? Like Israel still plays the victim card, and it is backed up in some ways. Israel is not a very, very safe place by comparison to a lot of the Western countries, right? Like the likelihood of you being bombed in France is extraordinarily low. Right.
Yeah.
Whereas if we look at the actual statistics, right, the proportion of the population that has died, right, who are Jewish, or the proportion of Jews in the population that have died, right, due to violent ends, is higher in Israel within this year, right, by comparison, to America. So
But okay.
this is why I have a difficult time. Is also the safety of Jews was not the primary concern in founding Israel. So using it as the primary card to maintain Israel doesn't seem honest.
I
They
think that
founded it
depends on.
there. They founded it there because they had a mythos of indigeneity. They didn't found it there because it was the safest place to found it, and they knew that,
No,
right? Like
of course it's not the
any
safest place.
reasonable person with 2 seconds of like a brain would know that like founding it in that area is going to lead to insecurity, going to
But
lead to
shall we
destabilization,
promote
going to lead to violence.
extremism? Like, shall we promote the idea that Jews shouldn't be in the Middle East because it's not safe because the Arabs are not going to be integral? That's
No, what
very.
I'm saying is I'm talking about reality. If we're talking about safety and that justifying the state, safety doesn't justify the state because they didn't found the state for safety,
Well,
right?
that depends on who you're asking, because I believe the Jewish population, I'm not talking about the government or the prime minister, the Jewish population, which are the people of Israel, are here for safety mostly. Yes, definitely. It's the one
That's
country
cool.
we
And
know.
they look, but they could also be in a formerly German founded state. They could be in Guyana, which has its own
Well, but
indigenous
that's
people.
not up
They
to
were given area in
us.
America.
Like, where,
But
where
yeah, that's
Israel
great.
was
But if
founded,
I'm
it's
talking
not.
about the foundation of Israel, which is it's a political entity, it's a political body, right? So when we're talking about the foundation and maintenance of Israel, I'm going to talk about the state apparatus.
But why do you have something against the idea of destroying Hamas? That's like my
I want to
main
destroy
question.
Hamas. I'm
But
sorry.
the only way to do it,
I've consistently advocated what I actually think is the most effective way to de-radicalize and de-escalate the
and
situation.
what's your suggestion? Like, what do you suggest we should do to eradicate
I've been
Hamas?
it's not about eradication, it's about de-escalation and destabilization, because the honest thing is that um if you get rid of all the Hamas leaders, if you could snap a finger and all Hamas people were unalived right now, a new organization would be ready within 10 years if it kept on going as it is, right? We know that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's how Hamas came to power, right? Because they came after the PLO. We know that, right? So you're right. I'm not focused on snapping my fingers and all Hamas people doing, and I don't think anyone genuinely interested in peace is interested in that solution either, right? What I'm suggesting, and it's what I've suggested for a very long time, is that Israel, in good faith, reach out to the Western allies, of which they have quite a lot, and they try to materially incentivize Arab nations to set up a trustee state within that area, which is one of the only ways that we've actually ever seen foundations of institutions, because this will not be solved unless they have institutions within Palestine, which have been consistently destroyed by Israel. So the first step is they stop destroying the institutions. The second step is they allow Arabs to found a trustee state within that area to establish institutions to, allow for
But
thriving and human growth within that
I
area.
understand saying bombing institutions or civilian buildings is a war crime because it is. But if those buildings are built on top of a terror base, is it still a violation of human rights? I feel like it's much more complicated here than it is like elsewhere, other conflicts in the past in the world. It's not that simple. It's not the intentional bombing of civilian buildings.
It's intentional when they know that it'll happen.
Well, but do you know we send, I don't know, remember the name at the moment, but there's a type of bomb that is like sent before the actual bomb that just like hits the top of the building as a warning, like it will not explode. So people
Yeah,
can
I've heard of
leave.
these. And they give them what, like 30, 60 seconds to leave, I think?
No, it's much more than that. It's much more
It's
than
about
that.
60 seconds. What is that called? Uh like
I
it's like a
believe it's 20
ceiling.
minutes.
It's like a
I
roof
think.
tap bomb. Israel. Roof knocking. Roof
Yeah,
knocking.
roof knocking. Yes.
Israel. Okay, how long is it? Non-explosive or low yield. How long?
I'm
Minute.
pretty sure it's 20 minutes, but
Okay. Typically, okay, they claim 10 to 15 minutes to flee the attack,
okay.
although
And we
some delays
always
have been as
call.
little as 5 minutes.
Okay, but there's IDF units that solely their job is to call civilians by the phone and say, hey, we're gonna bomb this area and you should leave. That's a very humanitarian thing to do that no country
So
has
if
ever done during
okay,
war.
so if Hamas roof knocked your house and told you had 15 minutes or
Bro,
5 minutes
they
to leave,
wouldn't give me
right?
15
But
minutes.
but
Someone's dead.
if they roof knocked your house, right, and said you had 5 minutes to leave, and they called you up, a day before and said, hey, we're gonna bomb your house tomorrow,
If my
would you be
house
okay
was
with
on
them?
top, bro, if my house was on top of a terrorist base, Perhaps. That's very extreme.
What if a extremist terrorist organization had built tunnels under your house, unbeknownst to you? Would you be okay with Hamas bombing your house?
Listen, Hamas already bombs our houses. We just have the Iron Dome, which if we did...
So would you be, but answer my question. Would you be okay with it?
Depending on the situation, as I said, if there was truly a terrorist movement going on underneath my house, I would be terrified. I would not feel safe. And perhaps yes, because that's not a home. Living on top of terrorists.
What if the IDF had built a tunnel under your house unbeknownst to you?
But
what if there was a cool? But what if the IDF had?
But
would you be okay with Hamas bombing them?
Wait, to do what? Like
the same thing terrorist organizations do, militias.
But that's not what the ADF does. So like
it does. I mean, it does engage in militias. The only reason that the IDF is not classed as a terrorist organization, Hamas is classed as a terrorist organization, is because the state of Israel is recognized internationally.
We don't.
It's literally the only difference.
We do not.
But you run to that. That's like, okay, it's genuine mind rot every time you say that. You do target civilians. Here's the thing. If I throw a bomb at someone and there's a civilian right next to them, and I know that the bomb will hit them, okay, I've targeted a civilian. Just because I have to target a civilian in order to hit a militant doesn't mean that I didn't intend to kill a civilian.
It does. If you're asking the civilian to evacuate the area, if you're attempting to get the civilians out of there.
Genuine evacuate to where?
No,
where can they go in Palestine that they're safe?
I agree there is no proper place for them to go. That's absolutely.
So does it matter that they warned them?
I believe it does, because yes.
Why? Because they're going to bomb them to where they go.
That's not true.
They are. They told people to leave North Gaza, and then they bombed South Gaza. They told people to go to the Rafah crossing, and then they bombed near the Rafah crossing.
Are you aware a lot of those bombings have been perpetuated by Hamas and Islamic Jihad? Like,
cool. I'm aware. Hamas does bad things, is a bad organization. I don't support it. I'm very aware. The IDF, right, is the question here, because you're supporting the IDF. I'm not supporting Hamas, right? I'm funding the IDF. I'm not funding Hamas. Right. So when we're talking about the actions of both my money and your support, right, we need to hold the people we're funding, the people we support, to account. Okay. So we should be hyper vigilant about what the IDF does. And when we say, oh, well, it's fine, they knock on their roof. Oh, well, it's fine, they call them up. Right. They have nowhere to go.
I said it's a very humanitarian measure, because usually during war, countries will not take a humanitarian stance. They will not warn people.
I think it's a really effective excuse. Exactly like we're saying it. So I'm just going to give it no retort. I don't care, quite honestly. Okay. If I tell you to leave your house and then I bomb your street, I don't really care that I told you to leave your house.
No, I agree. I understand where you're coming from a humanitarian standpoint, but it's not that simple. It really isn't. Like,
I'm not saying it's simple. I've suggested a complicated solution. Israel isn't interested in a complicated solution. They're interested in a vengeful and despicable genocidal solution.
I don't agree with what you're saying. I do not believe it's genocide whatsoever. It's not an attempt to eradicate Palestinian people, civilians. It's an attempt to eradicate a terrorist organization which is terrorizing us and them.
That's their stated goal, right? But when you see mass, but it's not going to work. The thing is, and they know it's not going to work. They know what they're doing will increase terrorism in the area, right? They're not stupid. You and I can't pretend like the Israeli government's stupid. They know their actions will increase terrorism in the area. Okay, we know that.
Will they though? With the
it will inevitably.
It's likely that Hezbollah won't join, and it's just gonna be Hamas, and we have more than enough power to overrun Hamas.
But what happens once you kill all the Hamas leaders? By the way, of which some Hamas leaders live in Qatar. Are we invading Qatar?
I hope that Netanyahu will step down, which is rumored to be going to happen once the war is over. And I really hope we get a prime minister who is much more of a humane person, and we can find some peace. But right now,
but how do you do that when you've destroyed an area, right? How do you make it? It's a deeply impoverished area, right?
Yes.
It's an area with common struggles, a common ethnic group. That is because of Israel.
No, what do you
Really
mean?
simple.
Hamas takes all the aid. There's billions of dollars sent yearly to Gaza, and it's not given to Palestinian people. They
Well,
could
you
be
know what? You know what
rich.
makes it a lot easier for them not to be, deeply impoverished when you don't have a blockade blocking most economic activities.
Are
You
you
know,
aware
that's really
that
hard to argue.
we were allowing more and more Gazans to come into Israel to work when this massacre occurred? And
Congrats.
many of the terrorists that perpetrated these attacks on October 7th had work permits for Israel.
Yeah, but y'all are enforcing a trade embargo. So it's like
I
really
have
hard
no
for me
idea
to
what
give a
that
shit about
means.
y'all giving it. What?
I have no idea what that means, like what you just said. The
A
trade
trade
embargo.
embargo?
Yeah, I'm not American or anything such.
Oh, a complete denial of basically all international trade and economic activity with internationally in the area. So they blockade the Israeli borders, they blockade the sea, and they blockade the air. So no one can go basically in and out without Israeli support. But the thing is why are they poor? Because Israel's making them poor. I think that's really, really simple.
And what
Israel
about
also.
Hamas?
Also, I did have the. What about Hamas? Why were they poor under the PLO?
I mean, I'm
Like,
saying
what
they're
about Hamas?
funding.
They were still one of the most impoverished peoples under the PLO. Was it Hamas's fault then?
No, it was
Is
a
it is it
PLO.
is it Hamas's fault that the West Bank are poor?
The
Is
West
that is
Bank
that
is
is
not particularly impoverised, and it's
it
also a lot
is
to
it
do with
is it
the
100% is.
government.
It's still a deeply impoverished area. Is it Hamas's fault that they're deeply impoverished? Is it Hamas's fault that war crimes are
It's not
committed
similar
perpetually against?
whatsoever to Gaza. The West
No, but,
Bank is
but
nowhere
my,
near.
my question is, who are you going to point blame to other than Israel when Hamas isn't there, right? Under the PLO in Gaza, they were still deeply impoverished. Was it
And was
Hamas's
the
fault then?
PLO helping Palestinian civilians?
What? Wait. Was the PLO and PA helping Palestinian civilians? Well,
Barely.
the PA certainly was. What's barely?
Barely, for real. There's
Right, but
every
also Hamas gained popularity, right, within Palestine or within Gaza through its charitable means. So much so that Israel funded that charity that later
what do you
became
mean
Hamas.
Israel funded Hamas? What do you mean when you say that?
Do you not know the history of this?
That Israel funded Hamas? Absolutely
They
not.
funded a charity that later became Hamas, yeah.
So what, well, if it was a charity at the time, were we not attempting to do something humanitarian for civilians? Were we
Yeah,
attempting to
and Hamas, its legacy is of setting up social safety nets and social networks for Gazan people.
and
They
just
exist as a charity, or they
another
existed as a
question.
charity
Can
for that.
I
And then in the first Intifada, right? Or they
yeah.
were a major militant player in the first Intifada, right? But
Yes.
that doesn't mean that their original legacy wasn't of charity. They absolutely do exist, right? In large part to support the Gazan people, and that's why when we talk about the Gazan people, right, supporting them, how do you think they got the support of the Gazan people, right? Like there is
Well,
like I think it was 53% of the Gazan people view Hamas in some
in a
form of
positive
positive
way.
light. How do
Yeah.
you think they do that if they're restricting
Well,
all the aid from those
but can
people?
I just say something? We see this extremism happening in the vast majority of Arab countries in the world. Look at Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. All these countries hold extreme Islamist views, right? And they have very strong views against LGBTQ plus people, many other things. These people have the tendency of, well, some people have the tendency of leaning towards extremism because of their religion and what it proposes. So we can see this pattern elsewhere, not just here. We
And
see
what do you
terrorism
say of Israelis?
in what
The
regard?
Zionist view is a fundamentally extremist, fascistic view.
There's no statement within Zionism that there shouldn't be Jewish people within Israel, which is not even the case at the moment. 20% of the population is Arabs.
Yeah, but the idea of a Jewish like theocracy, right, which is what at least some forms and the
But
primary
we've
form
gone back
founded
and
out of
forth
the
about this
1880s that
before.
founded Israel, right? It's a fundamentally Jewish ethno-state. That's why you only give direct citizenship, right, to ethnically Jewish people,
Yes, and I've been
or
personally
immediate direct
affected by this because I'm not ethnically Jewish, as I stated before. But I've seen the reality of Israel. I've seen what the people of Israel are like, the civilians, because the government is shit, and we mostly the people here agree. Like, absolutely.
But the
And I
thing
also
is,
want to,
I know, but I'm saying you're going after Iran or Iraq, by the way, of whom their civilians don't support. right? The governments of Iran or Iraq don't have public support by their civilians. Most civilians of Iran actually just are comparatively quite liberal. So to talk about this tendency of violence, genuinely, if you want to hear my genuine take of it, it's racism.
But
My
is it not?
genuinely, I believe you view Arab people and typically brown-skinned people
No.
as fundamentally more violent and
What do you
fundamentally more
mean? You say
savage.
brown people. Are you not aware that many Israelis are brown?
No, I'm
Middle
very
Eastern.
aware of that. I'm very,
And
very
what do you
aware of that.
mean?
Right?
You
But
don't
this
even
is
know
why I
my
talk about
time
Arab
zone.
people, is because it's a very particular type of racism
I'm
and
from South
ethnocentrism.
America. I'm from Peru, a third world country.
Congrats.
I'm definitely not white. What I'm trying to say is I'm not white to begin with, so I could not possibly have something against brown people being completely South American, being a part of
You,
the land
I
community. Like,
mean,
and
you can.
how? I mean, it's very difficult to be part of a community and still discriminate against them.
I mean, I'm gay and have internalized homophobia. Like, that's something I work
Well,
through.
but at least you're aware of it and you're working on it. You don't implement like repressive or have repressive thoughts or like I don't know if repressive is a word. How do I say this? Like you don't support condemning like you're in support of gay rights, you know what I mean? Like yeah, you have internalized homophobia because that's normal, but you understand what's wrong with that and you don't base your morals on that, which I would say about myself as well.
Yeah, so the fact that you are of a certain group doesn't mean you can't hold the same things, especially when it's regarding people of
I do
other
not believe I have a lot
races.
of
But I do believe they're talking about directly the anti-Arab sentiment, right?
but
The
that's not the
anti-Arab
case.
sentiment. Well, but you've characterized the peoples of these nations as inherently violent.
No, I'm not saying the people are inherently violent.
Who
I'm
are
saying
you
the
saying are?
governments. What I
Okay,
was
yeah.
trying to say is sometimes, and it has happened many times, and there's also a lot of countries that work amazingly under Islam. Like, for example, Qatar or the Saudi Arabia, which we have peace with. These countries work much better, and people have much more human rights than they do in Iraq or Iran or Syria or whatever. Their economies are much more developed, amongst many other things. What do you mean?
Qatar as a human rights? What? Saudi
There's more.
Arabia?
Much more than in other Arab countries for sure.
By
Yes.
comparison to Iraq?
Yes.
No, it's just more
What do you mean no?
institutionalized.
Yeah, it
You,
works better.
it works better in institutionalizing and marginalizing people. Yeah, they have
What do you
stronger
mean marginalizing
institutions
people?
to attack people.
There
I
are
mean,
many more
Qatar
opportunities.
is an ethno state that has like multi-tiered citizenship and multi-tiered residency that basically treats people as like labor, like as like human laborers and tools. Like
Or the
Qatar is not
UAE,
a
for
good
example.
state. The UAE you might have a better argument for, but even then they treat migrants despicably. The UAE just is a small enough nation; they have to appeal to the Western audience, right? But Qatar is not a good nation, right? And they consistently have human rights violations and being built off effective, modern day slavery. No, but also Israel has killed right hundreds and hundreds of people, and denied human rights and denied the rights of return, and it's one of the largest human rights violators in that area. So it's like, well, how do we
But
engage with
how can you
this?
say that? Like you being gay, for example, the only country you'd be safe in the Middle East is Israel. It's the only
They
country where
don't
you'd be.
wait, Israel. Wait, but they only do that because they have Western support, first of all, and second of all, they don't even have gay marriage. Like, what are you talking about?
No, but that's not because of like discrimination towards gay people. They don't have like
100% is.
anything. It's based on Judaism. Like you can only get married if you're Jewish, and I understand that's fucked up. I agree because I cannot get married here to my boyfriend, even though I converted. You know, like I'm personally affected by a lot of
Yeah,
these
so
things.
they're not like, the thing is they just happen to be in a geopolitical situation where they're forced to have certain domestic policies, right, that are more protective of gay people and more protective of women. That's fine. That doesn't make their foreign
Cool.
policy any better, and it makes them still an ethno state that just happens to be funded by the West, right?
But if you're
Like,
gonna
I
oppose
don't like
Israel,
ethno states. And like, it's just not difficult. Ethno states bad, right? Like, because ethno states lead to ethnic cleansing. Because that's the only way you maintain an ethno state. So
there
when you
hasn't
say
been
we
ethnic cleansing.
there has been. So there has been the denial of the Nakba refugees.
But the
That's ethnic
Palestinian
cleansing.
population has increased over the years tremendously.
Wait, no, y'all all have the Zionists have the you have to have like a shared PDF or something,
And you're
bro.
telling me like I'm racist and you
The
just said you just
This is
encapsulated
why I
every single
clarified they're
group.
Zionists. This is
Well,
why I
bro,
clarified.
I
This
think
is
it's
why I
insane
specifically.
that you.
That's so No, no, no. I'm not. That's so disingenuous. I'm trying to have a respectful conversation with you,
Me
right?
too.
I said y'all, and then I clarified to Zionists. Did you hear me when I say clarified to Zionists?
But what do you think is the difference
So
between
1 second.
what
I'm not.
you do?
Did you hear me when I said I clarified to
Yeah,
Zionists?
yeah.
So when you said, "Oh, you accused me of not being racist," right? And then you say y'all, right? You're just a liar. Yes.
How am I a liar? It's what you just said now.
I said Zionists. Y'all, Zionism is not a race.
Are you aware that the vast majority of Jews in the world are Zionists? Are you aware of that?
The vast majority of evangelical Christians are as well. And what?
And attacking Zionism as if it was a separate entity than Judaism is disingenuous because it's not true. The vast majority of Jews are Zionists.
Conflating Judaism and Zionism is anti-Semitic.
How is it, bro? I'm Jewish in Tel Aviv.
Very cool, and it's despicable to conflate the two.
What do you mean? It isn't. I know Jewish people. I'm surrounded by
Jewish people. I know anti-Zionist Jewish people, and what?
And what do you mean, and what? I move fully on within Jewish communities. And people, everyone I know, every single person, every single Jewish
Cool,
person.
And it's disgusting to conflate a political ideology with a religion.
It's not a political ideology.
Wait, Zionism is a fundamentally political ideology founded off of a theological view. It is the view that it's a political ideology that supports, right, the foundation of a political state within a certain area on the basis of an ethnic, historical, and religious claim. Those ethnic, historical, and religious claims are Jewish. I'm not contending them. I'm contending that we shouldn't consider them in politics, right? And that's what Zionism is.
Zionism is the belief that we have the right to exist in the Middle East as Jewish people.
No, it is the support of a foundation of a Jewish state within the Middle East.
And what's the problem with that? Again.
So wait, but you're this is so slippery, right? Like I've said something, you then just ask a question around it. Do you disagree with me describing Zionism as that?
That it's the belief that there should be a Jewish state within this area?
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree.
Cool. Great. Do you believe that Jews can still be Jewish and not believe that?
Of course, yes, but it's very uncommon for Jewish people.
I know lots and lots of them, but that's besides the point. Do you believe that you can be non-Jewish and believe that?
Yes.
So if you can believe something and be non-Jewish, and you can be Jewish and not believe something, does that mean that Zionism and Judaism are? It is. Do you think that is appropriate to conflate the two?
I think it is, yes, because it's representative of the vast majority of Jewish people. Zionism.
Is it the vast majority? Is it representative of the vast majority of Zionists, though?
No, it's. What do you mean? Probably yes. I believe the vast majority of Zionists are Jewish.
No, it's not. Okay, yeah, you'd be wrong. At least within America and Europe, right? The vast majority of Zionists are not Jewish.
Are you telling me that the majority of Zionists are not Jewish? Because that's untrue.
Yeah.
I mean, that 100%
true. Right.
Show me, please.
Okay. I don't know if there's any direct judgment of this, but we can kind of we can think through the math of this. Okay, most of these questions are about what percent of Jews are Zionists. Okay, but travel attachment to Israel.
I think it's very obvious that the majority of people that support. Okay.
What percent of evangelical Christian? Some really quick math can do this. Okay, so more than half of Americans have favorable views of Israel, right? Let's take that number for a second. Okay, the population of America is 330 million, right?
Okay.
So that means that 115 million people, roughly, within America have favorable views of Israel. So what percent of America is Jewish?
But can I say something?
And that means that roughly 2% would be about 6 mil. right? So there are about 6 million Jewish people within America,
Can I say
and
something?
or 7 million Jewish people within America. Um, so 7 million Jews in America are or within America. There are 16 million Jews within Israel, if I remember correctly, or 60 million Jews across the world. Right? Is that the population of Jewish population currently? Okay, yeah, 7 mil. Total population of the world is 7 mil.
Okay,
So
can you
okay,
hear
about
me?
a
I put my
hundred.
phone.
It just went out. So let's see. Okay, so the core Jewish population is 16 million. There are just 115 million pro-Israel people within America. So yes, I believe that most pro-Israel people who would properly consider themselves Zionists
But
are
are you
not Jewish.
equating pro-Israel with Zionism? Because I don't think it's the same. I don't think the
It's not
actual
directly the
care.
same, but I mean, what
I mean, I
the
don't think it's fair
numbers
to
the
equate
numbers are
it.
difficult otherwise to get.
Yeah, because it's obviously, I think it's very simple. The vast majority of people that want a Jewish state are Jewish, obviously.
Well, you can say obviously, but the fact is, right, that it is the pervasive um, view within America politically, right, to support the Jewish state. That's the pervasive view. Most people support the existence of Zionism within America. Within Europe, it is the pervasive support. That's why the West has supported it, right? So when we talk about those what's the European population? About 746 million, right? If there are only 16 million Jewish people in the world, right, and it is the pervasive view through both America and Europe, right, some of the large population centers in the world, right, there are
Mhm.
going to just be more non-Jews that support the political ideology than there are Jews.
I don't think
Like,
most Jews are very aware of anything regarding Israeli politics. I really
but
don't.
most of them. I mean, I just said, like Pew said, that they supported, at least had a positive
Okay,
view
but
of
that's
Israel.
if it's a poll asking people, do you support Israel? And they say yes, that's not at all equatable to Zionism. Like at all.
I mean,
It can be
if you support the
ignorant.
maintenance of the Israeli state, right, you are Zionist in some definition.
Can I ask, do you oppose the idea of a two-state solution?
Not currently, no. But you're switching up. So
I
I
just
think
want to
this
know.
is interesting because I really want to talk about this because I really hate this type of discussion.
Okay.
Conflating the two is wrong. The Anti-Defamation League has called it hate speech to conflate the two, right? So here's really
Most
genuinely
Jews
talking to
don't
an
believe that.
Israeli. So plenty of Jews believe it, but plenty of Jews believe that they shouldn't conflate the two. Even if they support Zionism, it's a specific type of Judaism. So the
The
Anti-Defamation League has said that conflating Zionism and Judaism, right, is hate speech in some form. Yet the Israeli government consistently engages in it. What am I
but
supposed to
some,
do? Am I supposed to speak of them as two separate things? Is that acceptable, right?
it
Or
is
should I
acceptable in
speak
some
of them as one?
contexts, yes,
Like, what do you
but
want me to do?
they are not particularly different. I can tell you, I don't understand how, like, I'm telling you, I live in Israel. Everyone around me is mostly Jewish. And I've never in my life met a Jewish person, despite moving in only Jewish circles, that is not a Zionist and that doesn't believe that being an anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic. I've never met a Jew that doesn't believe that in my life.
Explain to me. Can you explain to me how not supporting is not supporting a Christian ethno state anti-Christian?
I think it's very dependent on the situation, and we know how severe hate crimes are worldwide targeting
Okay.
Jews, despite being such a small population. And I feel like sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. And the Holocaust happened. We're seeing now that in Turkey, they're starting to ban Jews from
Yeah.
shops.
Right. So
Many,
I agree. I agree that anti-Semitism is widespread and pervasive, and I despise that.
and
Do
that's
you support
why
Black nationalism in America?
um, I would not know exactly what that means. Like blacks,
Okay, Black nationalism, the foundation
I
of a
mean,
black
I'm
state,
assuming it means like black people wanting like their own area, perhaps.
their own state.
I I don't know. I would need to know more of
You don't
that.
know.
Well, I would need to
That's
know more
interesting.
of the basis of that, but I think there might be. other solutions. I would have to know how severe hate crimes are towards Black people to give you my
How
input on that.
severe,
Like how
right?
constant, I
We
mean,
see
not
we see
how
a
severe.
higher instance of hate crimes in America against Black people than we do Jewish people. So
But there's many more Black people than there's Jews, so I think it's very concerning
no,
that
no, no, as
Jews.
a proportion of population.
There's a proportionate population of Jews and Black people in America. What did you say? I didn't understand.
As a proportion of population, there are fewer hate crimes against Jewish people than there are against Black people per capita.
Okay.
So do you believe that the current information, right, regarding
I
Black people in
believe
America
it's.
justifies them founding a state? And if so, where?
I think it's much more complex than that because Black people can be from many different countries and have many different
So can
backgrounds. It's
Jews.
not.
You can convert to Judaism.
Okay, yes, which I did. I cannot
Exactly.
believe.
So your argument applies to Jewish people even more so, right? Like technically, I'm ethnically Jewish
But you
enough
cannot
that if it
convert
was
to
in a different
being
proportion,
Black.
if it was from a different side, right, I would be considered Jewish. It's not actually about actual ethnicity. It's about a mythos of ethnicity. So
I
it's
mean, I
not about where
believe,
they're from. It's about the mythos of their religion. So let me ask you once
but
again:
that's
if hate,
again.
okay, violence against the Roma people within Europe, is
Well,
higher than that against Jewish people. Do you believe the Roma people, um, the Roma people should have their own state, and if so, where?
I don't know where. I would need to know the geopolitics of the area, where they're ethnic to. What I would need to know that. I would need to know that necessarily, but I believe it's
So do
very
you?
different.
Okay, so if I wanted to found a Roma state, in Palestine, for example, would you support it?
Depending on your foundation, like
With your
based on.
current information, would you support it or be against it?
I don't have enough information about that population to tell you.
Fascinating, fascinating. Because I think this is really, really important, right? Is when we go into all of these things, you're not really willing to answer, right?
What do you
You
mean? I'm
don't
being
care. You
genuine.
don't care. I know, and it's fair enough, right? But you don't care enough about the hate crimes against these people or the violence against these people to justify an ethno state.
No,
Whereas you're
I'm
willing,
saying
you
I don't
watch the
know because you're
violence
not
against these people.
suggesting ethnic groups. Like just the last group you
Those are
suggested
ethnic
was
groups.
Black people as a
In
whole.
America, we consider African Americans in some form to be an ethnic group.
But not all of
Yeah,
them are African Americans. There's other Black people that are not African American necessarily. That's what I was saying.
and the
It's not
Roma
like
people, are also an ethnic group.
no, yeah, that's an ethnic group. I just don't know enough information
Yeah.
about them.
So here's the thing, though, is there's obviously it's obviously a different discussion as to whether I have a prejudice or bias or hate for a certain group and whether that certain group deserves a ethno-state.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that those are two different questions?
Yes.
So this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Zionism. Don't you, if you recognize that they're different questions and you recognize that they're different like analyses,
But listen, if the
right? Can you
Holocaust
recognize how I can agree,
happened,
how I can say, hey, I disagree with it. This is disgusting. I don't think that you should have an unjustified bias against these people. I don't think you should have a hate for these people. I actually have a deeper respect for the Jewish population and the Jewish heritage.
mhm.
But then this different question, should they have an ethno state where they're able to exclude Arabs, where they're able to genocide Arabs, right? Should they be able to do this? No, I don't
But
think they should,
Arabs are not.
right? Those
That's
are
the
different
thing.
questions.
Why are you suggesting Arabs are excluded when
I'm
20% of the
not gonna,
Israeli
well,
population?
because they deny the Nakba refugees on the basis of them being a demographic threat, right? So
Is
right
that
out of the word of the
untrue to
leaders,
you? Like, why is
are
Egypt
they a
not
demographic?
letting
Wait. So the
Palestinian
Nakba,
refugees?
the refugees are attempting to go back to where they're from, right, which is Palestine. And then they are being denied because they're a demographic threat. Only genocidal ethnic states have demographic threats. So the point here is
Why does Egypt consider
I'm not
them?
gonna let you slip out of this though.
Slip
You
out of
recognize
what?
they're
I'm not
two
trying
different
to.
slip. I know. So it's just these are two different questions, right? Can you explain to me why it's anti-Semitic for me to answer this question differently than I answer this question? Because from my view, this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Zionism, right? And I'm not anti-Christian or anti-Black or anti-Roma or anti any Protestant, like anything, right? For saying no, I don't support a hate for these people, but I don't think they should have an ethno state. And this is the position of the Anti-Defamation League as well,
But
right?
what
This
I
is the
said
position of
before is
this position of Anti-Amnesty International as well, right? So like most non-Israeli organizations have this position because it's just pretty much common sense. So what's anti-Semitic about it?
I'm saying that in the basis that the majority of Jews would agree with me. The majority of Jews are Zionists. The majority of Jews believe Israel has a right to exist. The vast majority of Jews.
I don't disagree that Israel has a right to exist. I don't think Israel has a right to ethno-state, but also that's an argument from authority, an argument from false authority.
What, saying that most people would agree?
Jews aren't all people?
Well, when you grow up in a Jewish community, Jewish communities are very tight-knit and people know each other mostly. There's not a lot of Jewish people, so you mostly know, for example, if you're from South America, there's programs you do after school where you come to Israel for a year and you meet all the Jews from other countries, like Costa Rica, all the other Latin Jews, for example. So I know a lot of Jews, and most Jews do. And the
No, I know,
vast
but most
majority.
Jews aren't like most Jews are not all most people. Like
No, but
the
most
idea that
Jews
most
are
Jews agree
Zionists,
with
is
you.
what I'm
Wait, the
saying.
idea that most Jews agree with you doesn't mean that most people agree with you.
But
And
who
even if
should
most people,
determine whether something is anti-Semitic other than Jews?
the definition of it.
What do you mean the definition of it? If Jews are telling you something is offensive or something is like racist towards their population, they have every right to voice that.
Yeah, but what if I just agree with the other Jews that don't? The anti-Zionist Jews, right?
I
Of
feel
which
like
there's a
it's,
massive movement in America.
I don't think
Who
it's
should I believe?
massive. Compared to the Zionist movement, it's definitely very small. The anti-Zionist
Cool,
Jewish
but who should
movement.
I believe? Right? Like,
Well, it's
what do you
not
want me
about
to do?
believing. I think it's about doing your own research and knowing what Israel
And I've
entails.
done my own research, and I know, right, what international anti-hate groups say, and they say that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. And I should believe the people that look into hate crimes, look into hate speech, look into discussions of hate, right, and prejudice across all metrics, and see what they say about it, right?
But what if you, as a gay person, told me whatever, like any, I don't know, a slur is offensive to you, and I told you, well, no, because other people would say it's not. I have to listen to you and your
I wouldn't say
experience.
that's interesting, and I would try and describe, I would try and educate you and try and discuss as to what it was. There's genuine disagreement, right? But my thing here's where I get into this is Israel is interested in making this narrative true. Okay? Israel
Okay.
is interested in scaring everyone into being pro-Zionist, into being Zionist, right?
No one's
Because
scared. Like, no Jew
I'm scared,
feels
bro.
pressure
I'm
to
scared.
be scared of what? Of not being a Zionist?
No. Of having my name put on a billboard outside my school.
That's
Of
not
being
gonna happen
black
unless
of
you scream Intifada or anything like
no, it
that.
will. People that support
No,
the
that's not gonna happen. It's only happened to
it
people that
has.
have
No, but the
blatantly
thing is
ripped
it
off
has.
posters.
The thing is that it has. We
To
know it
who?
has within America,
To
right?
who?
In the pro-Palestinian liberation movements, from the Canary Project, right? They're putting people's names that support simply they said the BDS movement, so boycott, defund, sanctions movement. They've explicitly said that that's enough to have your name put on the Canary Project, right?
If you're
And
supporting Hamas or justifying
no,
their
you
actions,
don't even,
then
you don't have to support, no, you don't have to support Hamas. You just have to support BDS. They explicitly say it's just BDS. They'll list out the organizations and statements that have been made, and the statements that they find offensive, right, are supports of BDS, and that's defund, boycott, defund, and sanctions against Israel. That's it.
well, but that's not acceptable, I wouldn't say.
No, I know it
At
doesn't,
all.
but let's live in reality. I don't want you to have false outrage. Like I'm scared, right? Like I live in a world where materially, right, my support, right, for Palestinian
I
liberation,
think
my lack of support. One second,
okay.
because you I don't trust you, right now because you've had outrage about things and been drastically wrong, and you
Outrage
know you're
about what?
drastically wrong, and you keep like kind of moving away from point. So it's really important we kind of stay on point here for a second because people are scared, right? People are scared because Israel's trying to scare them. That's why they have the Canary Project. There's no other reason for them to have the Canary Project regarding BDS. I'm afraid I'll get blacklisted from jobs. I'm afraid I'll get blacklisted from entering certain countries, right? I'm afraid I'll get blacklisted from politics, right? I'll be attacked socially, I'll be attacked politically, I'll be attacked economically, right? They set up systems for this. So, no, let's talk about this. And Israel consistently does this. They say that all people that don't support Israel, don't support funding Israel, don't support the maintenance of Israel, right? They are calling them anti-Semitic. And that is scary, right? When you live in a world where I'm not anti-Semitic. I have deep and long-lasting support for the Jewish community, right? But I could be attacked socially. The mechanisms of social and economic repercussion
I
could come after
think
me. So it's really, really, really important we get this right. And it's
okay. I
really,
think
really, and it's deeply important to me, like with taking care of my Jewish family members, that we don't water down what anti-Semitism is and what anti-Semitism looks like. Okay? Because when we start watering down what anti-Semitism is, right, it becomes much more difficult to call it out properly. That's very important to me, right? If someone was watering down what homophobia looked like, right, I would find them just as despicable as a homophobic person because it will cause harm, right, to my community. And so when you are causing harm to my family members, right, who are Jewish and have to engage in this, or ethnically Jewish, right, it's really important we get this right. So you need to explain to me, right, if I'm going
yeah.
to trust you, why me not supporting a genocidal state, me not
It's
supporting
not
the state
a
of Israel
genocidal
as it
state.
is. I've defined it again. I'm not going to have this debate again. You can just ignore it if you want. Why me not supporting the maintenance of Israel, right, which was originally a Western colony and has been propped up as a Western colony? Why is that anti-Semitic?
Because it's the one country where Jews get to be free and safe in the entire world after constant persecution historically. That's why.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Great. So you believe that is what's necessary. And okay, and what I say, right, is it was not founded for the safety of Jews.
But how do you know that? Who have you spoken to
Because they
that?
didn't, because I've read what the founders or what the main proponents of Zionists, right, within the 1880s, where we got the mass amounts of Jewish immigration into the area, they were not doing it for safety.
How so? The Holocaust had just occurred. Like how could it be
In the
anything
1880s,
other? The Holocaust finished like what, 40 years before that?
1880s.
Oh, I'm sorry. I fully misheard you. Like 1980s.
Yeah, so the 1880s, when Zionism was picking up in Europe,
Yeah.
right? They were talking about why we were having Zionist militias and labor unions and mass amounts of Jewish immigration in that area.
Okay, but the
And the
foundation of
primary
Israel.
motivation for Zionism was not safety of Jews. I would support a movement that was primarily aimed at safety of Jews.
But how is it
But from
not?
my view, because they are doing it for theological extremist reasons. From
What
my
about
view,
the
the
Jews that
Zionist
live
movement
here?
has made Jews in the world less safe. We
What
can
do you
talk about why that's
mean?
true, but I believe at the very least, their actions have not optimized safety for Jews. But at the worst, it's increased danger to Jews.
I don't agree with you like at all. I feel like growing up and being friends, well, before I converted, I knew my Jewish friends did not feel particularly safe being Jewish in Peru. And my friends definitely feel safe here. And they deserve to feel
Yeah, feel
safe
safe here,
somewhere.
but there are Jews not in Israel,
Yeah, and
right?
those Jews
But
that
the thing is when Israel has conflated its existence and its actions, right, with the
not
Jewish people as a whole,
acceptance. Not
they
accept
can
no.
they consistently do. They consistently do. Netanyahu has verbatim said the actions of Israel are the actions of the Jewish people.
Well, but that's not true. I fully disagree with that.
Yeah, but
I don't
it's been part of their problem. You can disagree with it, cool, but it's been the actions of the Zionist movement, and I'm talking about the actions of the Zionist movement, and consistently, right? Consistently, they have conflated their actions, their selves, and the Jewish people, and when they do that, Jewish people pay the cost of it, which is despicable. But it's increasing hate against Jewish people.
but it's
You
not
have to
what's
recognize that when
I believe
Israel
what's
commits a war
actually
crime, Jewish people pay the cost.
no, I agree. I agree with that. But I don't believe
So,
Israel is deliberately committing war crimes. That's what I don't
well, there's
believe.
no other way to commit a war crime. So,
What war crimes are we committing though?
use of white phosphorus, bombing of residential areas, the denial of humanitarian aid, the denial of UN workers and Red Crescent
But
and Red
there's
Cross
been
workers, the
entry of
bombing of Red Crescent and Red Cross workers, the bombing of UN peacekeepers within the area, the total and utter blockade, the denial of
Are you
Nakba,
aware that most of the information that
refugees.
comes out of Gaza is according to Hamas? The vast majority of
I don't think the denying of the denying of the Nakba refugees, which is in violation of international law, is coming from Hamas. I don't think the idea that they
no,
were
there's been
occupying illegally
instances.
Gaza. I don't think the idea that they were illegally occupying Gaza and the West Strip is coming from Hamas. Right? That's been condemned by the international community
And
since
why did we pull
1967.
out of Gaza? Why did Israel pull out of Gaza? With what
Do you want to hear
intention?
my real answer to why I think they pulled out of Gaza?
Of course I want to hear your real answer.
Because they wanted to destabilize the region.
What could possibly make you believe that? What good does it do to Israel to give up land where they had Jews living and just like relocating them
Because once
Palestinians?
they have an extremist on their home step, right? Once they have an extremist group on their home step that is attacking them, right? They have excuse to further genocide those people.
But don't you think that's very much an agenda for you to believe that? It's very like
No, I believe it's a very much an agenda that they have pretty much admitted to, right? So
when has Israel ever admitted to giving Gaza to Palestinians just to weaken the region? I don't think that's ever happened.
not verbatim, right? But I did bring up this source talking about what Netanyahu does, but it referenced a military commander or a political advisor that worked with Netanyahu and was talking about how Netanyahu's support politically was towards Hamas and against Fatah, and he engaged in that to destabilize the region. The former brigade general within the Gaza area said, "Yeah, we supported Hamas because we wanted to have a counterweight to the PLO." So that's the former the brigade general of Gaza at the time, from the 1970s to the 1980s, if I remember correctly. You can check that if you'd like. He said verbatim, "Hamas is unfortunately Israel's creation." And then he went on further to talk about how Hamas was created
Do
precisely,
you
or
actually
was funded
believe that?
precisely to they said that Hamas was funded precisely to provide a Islamic jihadist counter movement to the PLO. So yeah, I do believe it's been part of their foreign policy for a very long time to destabilize the region, and I believe they pulled out of the region unilaterally and then later enforced a blockade against them to destabilize the region to excuse their actions further of massacring Arabs.
Why did we enforce the blockade though? Like what was the reason for
Why
that?
did you say you enforced the blockade, or why did you enforce the blockade?
Because of many suicide bombings and many other things. There were way too
Yeah,
many murders of
which you really
Israelis.
could have easily avoided, right? Not just cutting off mass amounts of trade and a full, no one is suicide bombing the ocean,
I just want to
but
read it something.
and that you still set out a full trade embargo on their air. Why'd you bomb their airport?
But no one's
No one was
saying
suicide bombing their airport. Why'd you bomb their seaport? No one was suicide bombing their seaport, right? Like you did this to destabilize and weaken the people, right?
but why do
They
you say you
enforced.
did this?
You realize that
As if it was me.
no, but you're speaking as if it's you. You said,
When?
"Why did we?"
Well, yeah, as Israel, as an Israeli citizen, but it's not me.
Yeah,
It's not
so it
my
is.
choice.
But no, I know. But this is. I'm going to engage in the verbiage you engage in.
Okay. It's okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, it is. It's fine.
Okay. Because like this is the thing. Is, as I've said, I like this kind of relates back to what we were talking before. You talk as if you're all of Israel, but then I try and separate civilians from governments. You and then
And I do
I try and avoid hate speech, right? Is I don't think that talking about the civilians, right, is the same thing as talking about the governments. That's what I don't like when you all do it with the Palestinians and the Palestinian governments. I further don't think that we should talk about Jews as if they're all Zionists, right? Because that breeds hate speech. And yet Israel turns around and does the exact same thing.
I don't
So
think it should.
that's where I'm difficult. I think this is why I don't think the Israeli state is helping Jewish people, is because their goal is to defend themselves.
Yeah.
And part of defending themselves means using the Jewish religion, the Jewish tradition, right, as a shield. They say if you attack us, you're attacking the Jewish tradition. But necessarily when you use something as a shield, that something's going to get hurt. And I think it's putting my Jewish friends and family and, my human family in the world at risk.
But
And
do
they
you
need to
really
stop using
believe?
them as a shield, because that's the only reason that you would conflate Judaism and Zionism, is if you want to protect Zionism behind Judaism.
No, but Zionism does not represent the Israeli government at all. It's just the belief. I can be a Zionist opposing to the current government without any problems. It's not necessarily tied
Yeah, no,
together.
I know. It's just different. Wait, there are many different types of Zionism. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so what I'm
Zionism
trying to
is one
say
belief
is,
of many, right? But
yeah,
Zionism, insofar as it establishes a theocratic ethno-state, right, in the Palestinian area, right, is a despicable view, and it is not necessary of Judaism, right? And actually, I'm seeing in the comments as well, there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews, like, currently watching this live, right? So here's the difficult part, is Israel is really interested in using Jews as a shield, right, to protect them. And I think that's despicable, and I think it causes harm to Jews. And they also use their civilians as shields to protect
wow.
against them. Whenever a Israeli citizen dies, they kill 20, 30. I think someone recently did the math, and the retribution is 1 to 40.
But can
Okay.
I just say the numbers coming from Gaza are according to Hamas. Why are we
And
blind?
wait, so I'm going off the UN. I'm going off the numbers that are being reported by
Oh,
the UN.
okay. Okay. But
So
are you aware of how anti-Semitic the UN has been lately? They agreed, they
they've been
said,
anti-Israel. What if
no,
they
they
said verbatim
refused
that's
to
anti-Semitic?
condemn Hamas's attack on October 7th, which is
They did.
wild.
Wait, who? When?
I'm not sure, but someone important in the UN.
They didn't refuse to condemn it.
I
That's not
swear
true.
to God, you
The
can look it
UN
up.
General Secretary came out and directly condemned the October 7th attack.
There was someone,
That's
I'm not,
entirely untrue.
can you Google it? I'm sure. I'm not exactly who, but I remember someone important from the UN refused to condemn Hamas's attacks on Israel.
Yeah, so the UN General Assembly calls for humanitarian troop in Gaza while condemning the October 7th October 7th attack. Yeah, the 193 member world adopted the resolution with a vote of 20 to 14 with 45 absentees. It would have unequivocally condemned the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas and demanded the immediate release of hostages taken by Gaza. I'm really intrigued. Oh,
Would you
so
mind if I look it up? Because I,
this is fast. Sorry, I just want to add a little bit to this story.
okay.
So, yeah, there was a rejected resolution,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. You know who rejected that resolution?
No.
The 14 countries that voted against the resolution include Israel and its closest ally, the United States.
Against what resolution? Condemning Hamas?
Against the resolution that would condemn Hamas and call for a humanitarian truce in Gaza.
Okay, but
So,
that's,
what's happened now is Israeli propaganda has turned around and condemned the UN for being anti-Semitic, for not condemning Hamas, when they're the ones who voted against the resolution that would condemn Hamas.
can I look this up myself? Like, would you mind if I do it now?
Yeah, you can take a second. Just be back quickly. It's a bit boring without op.
No, I'm gonna be here. Like, I'm looking it up on my computer.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. UN.
Do you see how deeply frustrating this is for me?
No,
Because
I understand, but I
because
feel like,
the Israeli propaganda machine is super powerful, and this type of bullshit is what we deal with every single day, and it's genuinely heartbreaking that they're willing to lie and misrepresent like this for a small amount of political gain.
okay, give me a second. I'm looking this up right now, but I also wanted to say, like, what do you think about, like, if the Iron Dome was not in Israel, if we didn't have it, I would be dead right now, and Israel would be looking worse than Gaza because they fired an enormous amount of rockets towards Israel. And just because we have a defense system doesn't make it any less genocidal of them.
Yeah, I don't doubt that Hamas is genocidal. Wait. How can Hamas be genocidal? The population of Jewish people within the area they're targeting has increased within the past 10
Because they
years.
don't have control over the area whatsoever. That's why. But if they could, they would definitely kill. As I said, we have the Iron Dome defense system, which doesn't allow rockets to actually hit buildings in most cases.
It's
What? I
almost
don't.
like not everyone being dead means that it's still maybe genocidal. Crazy. Who would have thought? Like you see how like I just made that point because like, come on. Like
No, what I'm
we
saying
know
is,
that being
what's your
genocidal
stance
doesn't mean
on
that you're
that?
necessarily successful.
What I'm trying to say is the whatever we're doing to them is much different and much better than what is being done to us. We're avoiding civilian casualties as a whole. We're trying to
Pretty
target
pretty
Hamas.
horridly.
Well, it's not war, it's not nice. It's not,
But
there's
you've
gonna
killed
be
more
casualties.
civilians, so
But
like
also
you,
because
wait,
Hamas
by what
forces them to
metric? By what
stay.
metric is what you're doing better? Like
Um,
according to
I can
whom?
tell you, we're not raping and slaughtering and
There
destroying
wait,
people.
the claims of any rape have not been corroborated by the international
Bro,
press.
that's like really fucked up that you would say that. I know people that have been raped. Like it's insane. I
I mean,
actually
get me
gasped.
the wait, no, get me the international corroboration, right, of it happening.
I just
And
gasped.
then
Like I cannot believe. I think it's
wait, no, but like, no, the
insane.
thing is I'm looking for facts. If you can bring me the facts, that's fine, right? All I said is that I hadn't seen the international corroboration.
There
Okay,
is
so if you want
much.
to bring me the facts, that's fine, but
Okay,
bring it
give me a second.
because it's
But
not offensive
they
for me to want
exist.
facts. If it's offensive
No, no,
for me to
no,
want facts, then we can't have this conversation.
no, no, no. I'm not saying it's offensive for you to want facts.
Then
It's
don't be
just
offended. So just bring me the facts.
okay. But you don't have to suggest it didn't happen. Of course, I'm gonna be offended if you tell me
I
it didn't
didn't
happen.
suggest it didn't happen. I said that there was no international corroboration that happened.
Oh my God. Okay, give me a second. Hamas. Israeli. Israel. Okay, give me a second. There's a million sources here, but I'm pretty sure you don't believe any Israeli source, right?
No, I don't. Not
Right.
not anyone that has any sponsorship with the Israeli government or the
Okay.
Israeli funding. Israeli
Give,
sources necessarily aren't bad, but like just the Israeli government, I don't.
okay, give me a moment. I'm trying to find something that's not Israeli, but I feel like that's very biased of you as well. Not
No,
believing
it's
any
not.
sources. How
It's
is
not.
it
I don't.
not?
I want international corroboration, not
Okay,
Israeli funded corroboration. So if it's Israeli funded in any way, that's fine. That's
give
unacceptable.
me a
Yeah.
second. I'm trying to find something that is not Israeli. Well, the vast majority of results are obviously it's Israeli because it's like the news have been covered more here. But let me see. Israeli officials. This is NBC. Give me a second. I'm gonna look at the article. Mm. But can I just say something that is evidence to me, something I've witnessed? I don't know if you've
I'd
seen.
love actual evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. There's videos, many videos, when the massacre occurred where they've paraded naked bodies of girls in Gaza, for
Yeah.
example.
Okay. So the claims of I can bring you factcheck.org, right?
No,
Which
I
is
can
by the
still look it up. I'm
Annenberg
just
Policy
asking.
Center. Uh, so claims of suspected rapes. The video saying the allegations. The video says that the allegations of Hamas militants are false. Um,
Do
so
you
there
really
is
think
limited
most
evidence
people
of
don't?
specific
Oh,
cases
no, no, no. Let me
happening.
tell you something. Can I?
The Los
Many,
Angeles Times removed reference.
many of
Um,
the terrorists that were captured and interrogated after have recognized for raping women and children alike.
where is this from?
This is Israeli news. Like you see the Hamas
Oh, okay.
terrorists. Bro,
Wait,
if you're gonna
can you
disregard
give me a
an
source? Yeah,
entire
I will disregard
country,
Israeli. I know I will disregard Israeli news. Yes. Can
but
you give
how
me
do you
any
not?
international corroboration? Look, the thing is can you give me any I asked for international corroboration. I would like international corroboration. So,
I'm trying to, but I just feel like I don't want to delay it too much. I was just trying to keep the conversation going, as you said.
yeah, no,
If
the Israeli news though is like at least in part funded by the Israeli government. So like
do
I
you
don't
not
trust it.
believe that these animals would rape Hamas? They are
I
animals,
mean, if
bro.
we want to engage in emotive rhetoric, like we can engage in emotive rhetoric. You're going to lose in emotive rhetoric.
How?
But I mean, because y'all killed 7,000, 3,000 of which are children. Who were the animals?
The
right? I
numbers
don't
are
think it's
coming
productive.
from
I don't think it's
Hamas.
productive for us to have a big dick contest of human rights violations, quite honestly. Right? Because genuinely, Israel will lose. You've committed more human rights violations by and large.
That's
At the very
not
least, because
true.
Hamas, it is true. It is true. You've killed more
No,
children.
it's
Wow,
only
look at
true
that.
because
You
you're
can't
getting
kill
all of your
children. Who would have
sources.
thought? No, the Israeli government recognizes that it's killed more children. Like, it's insane. Give me an actual source that supports it. I'm not stating a position on it happening, right?
You think
I would
Hamas
like, I would
people
like, I
don't
would
rape?
like an international support of it. Because the thing is you have brought no facts.
What do you
I
mean?
have
I
brought
live
actual
here.
sources. I don't care that
Bro,
you live there. That
how
makes you
do you
less, like, genuinely, the fact that you are in the Israeli media sphere, right, of which the Israeli state, right, which is extraordinarily far right wing, extraordinarily well funded, and has an extraordinarily powerful media wing, it makes you less trustworthy
and how
because
do
of the
you
sources that you're
explain
getting influence from.
how do
So
you
I just
explain
like
that
a source.
people
I just like a source.
Okay, the fact that you fully disregard the news from the country where this is
Yep, I
happening
do.
is a
I do. And you
massive
fully
issue.
but you fully disregard all information coming from Palestine as well. So,
No, no. If it comes from the PA, I believe it. If it comes from Hamas, no. And from Gaza, we only
cool.
get
So how much is
information
coming from
coming from
PA?
Hamas.
Exactly. So, can you give me an international source?
I can continue looking, bro. I stopped looking actually. I didn't think it was that important, honestly, to the conversation. But I can look it up. You're asking for evidence of rape? That's what's happening right now.
I just want a corroborated claim.
Do you not think it's insane that people tell you
No,
their
I don't
words
want. I
are
don't want your.
insane?
I genuinely don't want your, like, virtue signaling. I genuinely want an answer.
I'm
I'm.
just, I have
I'm
every right
searching
to
for
find
it
out.
too. The thing is I can't find it because
And how do you
no
explain
one
videos of
corroborates it.
women being paraded naked while they're
I just
spitted
guess
on?
guess what isn't that? So, can you give me a corroborated evidence of it?
Yes, there's plenty, but you,
So yeah,
again,
do. We'll put the conversation on pause while you do.
okay.
Go find one. And while we do, we hit 2,000 people here. This is my goal, to get eyes and ears on the issue. So I appreciate everyone sending guest requests disagreeing. I appreciate everyone sending gifts because that boosts the live quite often. Do follow me if you appreciate this, and I'm going to be going live quite a bit more. Please go follow my YouTube. I'm going to try and upload this on YouTube if anyone wants to follow, if anyone wants to watch it again. So thank you so much to everyone. Absolutely fantastic live. I really, really appreciate everyone. And yeah, let's see if she can get this up. So thank you for everyone sharing the live as well. I don't know if her phone has died. I don't know what's happened. Is she still here? Oh, there he is. Have you
I
found one?
found a source just now from NBC.
Great. NBC. What's the title of the head? What's the title of the news source? We'll take NBC. It's international, baby. Baby wasn't directed at you. The baby was directed at the comments. While we take a second, I'm gonna go and pee. So, peace out. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Oh, hello.
Okay, we're back.
Okay,
Yeah.
hi.
There we are.
Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, so as I did send you a source.
What's the name of the? Yeah. Where? Like on my messages. Hmm.
Okay, wait.
How'd you send me a message? What's the name of the?
Hold on. If I close the TikTok, it's gonna like mute me, right? Okay, give me.
If you.
I wanna.
No, so.
Chat if you want.
What? Just give me the title.
Just send the link on the chat if you can find it.
I cannot see it. Can you just give me the title?
Yeah, give me a second. Videos of Hamas solution in jihadist tactics, and this is NBC.
Videos of Hamas what?
Attacks.
Attacks. Okay. And is that the whole thing?
Best to chill.
So when you go out of the app, I can't hear you. And you like cut
it
off.
says
and
videos
it's
of
like
mass attacks.
Okay.
Suggest chilling evolution of Islamic jihadist tactics, I think. Because I don't have it open. Something like that.
Wonderful. Okay. Hamas appears. Okay. Israel officials said they showed the compilation to Joe Biden. They said it showed it to a. Okay. Consists of recorded by the attackers themselves. Hamas appears to have combined the texts of Hezbollah, the Islamic State, and Taliban by mounting a large-scale attack. Estimated 2,000 fighters, rocket silos, mass hostages, rape, beheadings, live streaming.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah, that's despicable.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I feel like you don't see how, and I'm trying to say this as respectfully as possible. I think you're very smart. I've enjoyed talking to you actually. I just want to say I feel like you're also very biased and you're like not aware because there's many things you've said are not true and that's like not the case. And I just feel like you should be a little bit more willing to listen to Israelis and people who are telling you what happens here. That's
What did
like
I say that wasn't true?
well, you told me no, the raping is there's no proof, and like I know people
No, I
that
said
were
there was
raped,
no international corroboration.
but there is, you know?
This is American, but it's fair enough. I mean, it's good enough to address it. Reuters
Yeah.
pulled back their claim, I know. The Atlantic Times pulled back their claim. The UN pulled back their recognition of the claim. So, I mean,
But does it
NBC
have
News maintaining the claim is fine. And they didn't even, this isn't even corroboration, right? This is just saying what the Israelis showed to NBC. Right, so no, that's not. It's not strictly untrue, right? It just says that it was reported by NBC what Israel said.
I know people that went through that massacre.
Yeah, and it's fine. What did I say that wasn't true?
I'm just saying, I feel like there's many things I've stated, and you've suggested that it's been debunked or stuff like that. The beheaded
Like
babies,
what?
for example.
The beheaded babies has been walked back by the White House. I'll take the American position on that.
It's true. It's true.
I mean, according to the Israelis.
No, according to Joe Biden as well.
Joe Biden walked back his claim.
He said there were no decapitated babies because I've seen videos myself.
No, he walked back the claim. He said, "Oh no, actually, it wasn't terribly clear if that happened." Well, yeah, he walked back his claim.
There's been pictures released, and as I said before, I know people that were murdered. I know people that went through the attack and survived. Many people, actually, as most Israelis do. And they have told us.
So you can know people. Once again, you accuse me of saying something is false. I listen to Israelis. That's what I'm doing right now, right? That's what I do pretty much always, right? You know, I there's no one else to talk to about this. The thing is why would I be biased? Where's my bias coming from? Because I can point to where your bias would come from. Where would my bias come from?
Merely saying that any source coming from Israel is false is a bias in itself.
That's not what I said.
But you're saying you don't trust any Israeli source, and I cannot provide you
No,
Israeli
I said
sources.
I don't. I said in the context of asking for international corroboration, right?
Yeah.
I don't care about the Israeli sources because they're not international. You see how
But
that works?
I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with not believing the news coming from a country that is at war.
But I didn't say I didn't believe it.
Well, you say Israeli propaganda and everything.
What I said was I don't care what the Israelis say when I'm talking about international corroboration. So I said there's been no international corroboration, right?
Why is international corroboration required to like justify a massacre happening to Jews in Israel? What do we need
What
an
are you talking?
international?
I'm not attempting to justify a massacre. What absurd, incendiary language!
I'm just saying, like there was a
But like
massacre.
this is you lying. I never justified. I never attempted to justify a massacre.
I never
That's
said
such
you
incendiary language.
I didn't say you justified it.
You said why is international coverage necessary to justify a massacre happening to Jews in
I'm
Israel?
saying not justify. What I meant to say, because English is not my first language again, what I meant to say was, why is it necessary for you to see proof that it's international to believe Israel went through that massacre? That was what I was attempting to say.
With that specific claim is because it's been walked back by a series of relevant individuals, right? It was walked back by Reuters, it was walked back by Al Jazeera, it was walked back by the UN, it was walked back by
Al
the
Jazeera
Atlantic
is
Times.
not a reliable source, and it's known to be very biased.
No, I know, but I answered your question. That's why.
Okay.
But the thing is where is my bias coming from?
I'm not sure.
Why do you think I'm biased?
Because I feel like you're perceiving Palestinians as victims much more than you are empathizing with Israelis. And I also feel like you're opposed to an ethno-state when it comes to Israel being so strong whilst not condemning other ethno-states at the same time.
I condemn all ethno-states.
Okay, but right now we're focusing on Israel, right? We're focusing solely on
Israel. Because they're the one committing the massacre right now.
No, there's massacres going on in Afghanistan and many other countries right now within their population.
I mean, I think the thing is, it's self-evident that I don't support the Taliban, right?
Well,
like, duh. Like, the thing is like, in America, there's a few things here. First of all, like, okay, let's talk about specifically why I'm talking about Israel.
Okay.
My money's going to it. Most of the people around me support it. My politicians are actively supporting it. Don't you think it would be a really, really different discussion if the Taliban was committing the crimes they are and we were funding them in doing it?
Yeah, but Israel is not.
Don't you think it would be? But no. But the thing is don't you think it would be a really different discussion if the Taliban was engaging in ethnic cleansing, which it is, and our politicians were saying, "I stand unilaterally behind the Taliban." Like,
they also
that's so obvious. But the thing is, it's so obviously disingenuous, right? To tell me, why are you focusing so much on Israel when all the other ones we're not funding and it's really obvious we don't support? So
it's very
what's the actual issue here, though? No, I know it's very different. I agree it's very different. That's why my response to it is very different. You're the one that attempted to make an equivocation between the two.
What I'm saying is Israel is not an oppressive state as you suggest.
You disagree with me. That's fine. You disagree with me. Okay.
Because I live here.
My point is you brought up a specific issue. Why are you only talking about Israel? Why are you not talking about other ethno-states? Because we're not funding them, that's why. Do you think that's a fair answer?
It is, but you're also funding Gaza. You're also funding Hamas. Are you aware how many $1 billion Joe Biden gave to Gaza?
Can you name a single politician that says, I stand unilaterally behind Hamas?
No. And they shouldn't.
There's my answer for you.
What do you mean? It's completely different. Who should be standing with Hamas? Like, who?
No, I know, but the thing is once again, I know you and I disagree. I know. When we're just honestly discussing, though, comparing two things, we're obviously not supporting Hamas in the same way we're supporting Israel. You know that. I know that. Let's not pretend otherwise. When we're talking about equivocation, right? What is the actual issue that where's my bias coming through? I don't care about Israeli news when we're talking about international news. I condemn Hamas. And I equally condemn other ethno-states. I don't think we should support ethnostates in all cases, right? Um, so where do you think the bias is coming from? I just
I have
don't
no
support war
idea.
crimes.
I have no
But
idea because I don't know you on a personal level, so I don't know what is leading you to that. But if you're le reading Al Jazeera and taking it as fact, that's a bias in itself.
no, read Al Jazeera.
You mentioned Al Jazeera before.
I know. I engage in a huge amount of media landscapes. I don't directly read Al Jazeera though.
Okay, but I'm saying there's many media outlets that are evidently biased and evidently reporting untrue things. For example, the hospital bombed in Gaza, which turned out to be Islamic Jihad, and they blamed Israel very fast, for example, whilst asking for proof of rapes and beheaded babies when it came to Israel saying we suffered this massacre. That's a very clear way in which media can be biased.
Yeah, I don't doubt that media is biased. I just highly doubt that it's biased against Israel.
Why
Al,
though?
Al
If
Jazeera
this
maybe. Al Jazeera
Al
maybe.
Jazeera, absolutely.
We
But
can discuss
other
Al
news
Jazeera.
outlets,
Reuters, which is centered in Europe and the West.
sorry?
What? Why would for example, NBC or CNN or Fox be biased against Israel?
I would not know their personal agendas, but many news outlets are, though.
Name
CNN
another one.
that is opposed to Israel or like biased towards Israel?
Bias that you think is biased against Israel.
Well, I think mostly CNN, which you already
Why
mentioned,
would
is
CNN? Why
the
would
most.
CNN be biased against Israel?
I do not know. I do not know who their owners are or anything such. I couldn't tell you. I would have to do research on that, but I see that they are biased. And they
Warner
don't
Bros.
fail to.
Warner Bros. owns
Like, for example, saying Palestinian militants and not terrorists is a bias in itself again.
I
Not
mean,
calling a terror
calling it
attack
the
what it
IDF and
is.
not calling it an occupational force is a bias as well. But uh, anyway, but the thing is, you're accusing them of bias. I
Yeah.
think it's nonsense. I think it's nonsense. I think it's obvious that
Is it
CNN, if anything, would have a bias for Israel. They're
why?
funded. Why? Because they're funded by the U.S. government, bro.
And what really?
CNN needs U.S. government funding and licenses to broadcast. The U.S.
Don't you?
government is one of the most consistently pro-Israel organizations in the world, right? We send billions your way, right? So of
Yeah,
course,
and you
a
also
U.S.
send billions to
one second,
Hamas.
any
What?
the U.S. is pro-Israel, yes?
Yes.
You
Not as a
recognize,
whole, not every
but
politician
the U.S. government is
is an
pro-Israel.
ally of Israel,
The
yes.
U.S. Yes, the U.S. government is by and large pro-Israel. So why did you bring up that we send billions to Hamas, which we don't?
You do. Well, not to
We
Hamas, to
send billion.
Gaza.
Great.
Well, who
So why is
rules
that relevant?
Gaza? Who rules
But why is
Gaza?
that
Who's
relevant?
getting
Why
the
is that
money?
relevant? Why
How
is that
is it
relevant?
how why is it relevant that you fund Israel, but then it's not relevant that you're also funding this terror
Because
group?
our funding is in relation to our political agreement with Israel. Our
And
humanitarian aid to Gaza is not in relation to our political affiliation with Hamas.
your humanitarian aid to Gaza was used for tunnels and missiles and many
No,
other things
I'm
that
aware
were
that some of it was misappropriated, but
some of it.
was that America? Yeah, some of
You
it. I don't know
really
the
think
proportion.
Hamas provides Palestinians with aid? You believe that?
Some. I mean, you know that.
I do not agree. They get nothing.
You don't believe any aid gets to Palestinians.
I believe a very small amount that must not be significant at all to justify continuing sending money to the area.
How do you suggest these people eat?
I suggest you can make food donations, for example, sending food directly instead of money, billions of
Which Israel
dollars.
isn't allowing in?
What do you mean? If right now there's trucks going into Gaza with humanitarian
There were
aid.
13 trucks total that got in.
Okay, and what? Like, I don't see what the issue would
Also, do
be.
you think they're really just sending money into Gaza? Do you think that's what's
No,
happening?
not just money, but when you're sending
By and
humanitarian
large, they're
aid,
sending what comes in humanitarian aid from your view? What
there's
do you actually
food,
think is
there's
part of that?
medicine,
It's mostly food and medicine, right? And necessary things to live, right?
and there's also a lot
So,
of money.
I mean, comparatively, not as much. But
it's billions of dollars yearly. Billions.
in humanitarian aid.
Yeah, and how do you think they build the tunnels they have underneath all of Gaza, which are super sophisticated, by the way? They cost billions of dollars to build. How do you think they did it? With whose
I mean,
funding?
a lot of Iranian funding, quite honestly.
And not
But
US funding.
I mean, not that we don't give them things by and large they could use to make tunnels. By and large, our aid looks like food and medicine and UN, like medical people.
I have no opposal whatsoever to the entrance of food and medicine to Gaza. That would make no sense. I'm opposed to sending money directly, knowing that Hamas is going to take
Also, they sent
everything.
10 million to
Okay,
Gaza.
that's still a very considerable amount.
Yeah, okay, 1 second. In total, America has sent 243 billion. Let me see what they sent in the last year.
Okay.
Yeah, Israel receives 1.5 billion in 2019.
Okay.
So that is 15 times more in terms of aid, and that's not even including the free trade and military agreements.
Okay.
So, you know what? 1 second, though. We were talking about bias. I think that's really interesting. I don't think for 2 seconds most news media in America is biased against Israel. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't. Their funding, their political goals, none of it is oriented towards that. There's no reason they would be biased against Israel. Can you explain to me why they would be biased against Israel? Who would be funding it? Why would they? They're corporations. They need to make money. Most of America is pro-Israel, right? Most of the politicians are pro-Israel, right? Even the liberals, right, by and large, are pro-Israel. Basically, no one is against the funding of Israel in American politics. So, who were they pandering to? Where is this money coming from to fund CNN? Or are you just is this just a fundamental victim complex? Like, unless you have an explanation for why they would be biased, I don't
Have
believe
you not seen the bias towards Jews that has happened historically non-stop since Jews had began to even exist? Like, are we denying the prevalence of anti-Semitism and the massive bias there is towards Jews worldwide to this day? Like, that's a very simple answer. It's not that hard to understand why.
You think it's anti-Semitism that's leading to this?
I think in great part, yes. Of course. Yes.
Okay, and do you believe do you see how much like Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment is happening in America as well?
Yeah, that's fucked up. I don't agree with it.
So why do you think the anti-Semitism will... Okay, also, CNN, okay?
Yeah.
Their CEO is Warner Bros. Discovery. Their owner is Warner Bros. Discovery. The CEO of Warner Bros. Discovery is David Zaslav. David Zaslav, can you maybe guess what religion he is?
I mean, obviously he's Jewish, since you're putting it that way. But let me just say.
So, do you believe that you pointed out CNN?
Yeah.
Do you believe that a Jewish-owned, Jewish-ran news media organization such as CNN, right, specifically, is perpetuating a clearly anti-Semitic propaganda machine?
Well, it's not about believing, it's the fact that I see their reporting, and it is very biased. It doesn't call terrorism terrorism, it says militants. It only refers to Israel as an occupation force. There's never an adequate usage of words when unfair things happen to Israel. Very rarely. During this last conflict, CNN has been slightly more unbiased than in the past. But
I'm really interested. Who on CNN referred to Israel as who hired by CNN referred to Israeli forces as occupational?
I don't know who, but there's many articles that refer to terrorists as militants, that refer to the idea of the Israeli occupation forces, and many
Were they
things.
maybe like opinion pieces that were like
I don't
published
think
by
so.
non.
It's most of the
Okay,
reporting.
okay. I'm just I'm just really really intrigued um by where you think this bias is coming from, because the only bias I've seen is anti-Israel bias, right? Or is pro-Israel bias, sorry. I don't see why they would have anything else. Like, I think you're just kind of making shit up, honestly. I don't see any reason that they would have a bias. So, I
I
mean,
think
I've read a huge amount of the media coming out of this, right? By and large, okay, have I ever seen any of them ever call the IDF a terrorist organization? No. Do
because
I
they
believe
aren't.
the IDF? But the thing is I think it's biased not to. I think they fit all of the definitions
I
to fall
think
under a terrorist organization. Do they call them an occupying colonial force? No. Okay, well they
because
are. They are an occupying
what
colonial
do
force,
you mean they
right?
are? The British mandate, like I didn't want to get like getting into like past history, I don't feel like it's too relevant at the moment. But the British mandate of Palestine, they gave legally the land to Jews, which they had ownership of. It was not a country. It was not an independent
Nothing about the
country.
colonization was legal.
How
But
was it not legal? The British Mandate of Palestine granted a piece of the land to Jews, and they offered another piece of land for Palestinians, and they
why was that
refused.
mandate legal? Like,
How? What do you mean? Because they owned the land.
why?
Because they colonized it.
Which is illegal.
And America shouldn't exist under that premise. It's also a
Yeah, the
colonized.
original colonization of America was illegal.
Yeah, but every fucking country in the world is colonized.
So don't call it legal.
Well, but I don't see the relevance, you know? Like
Then
before.
wait, but you were the one that brought up legality.
But I'm just saying it was legal. Like the
It
British
wasn't.
Mandate of Palestine, how they were in control of the area. And before the
Okay, but
Ottoman
that's not
Empire, so
legality.
the point is the people that had ownership over the land, which was not a free
That
land, it was
had
not a
violently taken
country.
the land. Yeah.
Well, they granted and like Palestine was never a country to begin with.
Once you can fall on talking points again and again and again, doesn't prevent it from being a colonial construct.
What do you mean? It's genuinely history. It was never a country.
Yeah, it's a
That's
colonial
just a fact.
construct. Israel's a colonial construct. I don't doubt that. And the history you just laid out that I already knew, we all already knew, is just their history from colonization. They
I don't
developed
think
from a colony.
everyone already knows the history of the Middle
I know,
East. I
but you're
think
here
that's
to
the
talk to me, not the audience. So I already knew it. And it's developed from a colony. You and I agree with that. And it's funded and enforced by a colonial power, right? Britain and the West. And it continues to be funded by an imperialist power of the U.S. So, it's a colonial power. But you don't see CNN saying that, do you? So do I think they're biased? Yeah, probably. Yeah, they are a bit biased pro-Israel. And I think their funding and basically any political views that you put on them, they support the Democrats quite clearly. Democrats are pro-Israel, right? So I just don't think the bias is in your favor. Hamas doesn't have, 10 times as large, or it doesn't have a tenth of the propaganda machine that Israel does. Whereas Israel has one of the strongest propaganda machines in the world. So if we're
Hamas
talking about
thrives off propaganda. It's been a
it
mediatic
does.
war
It does.
since
It's
the
it's the
first
only
day.
propaganda is the only way that Hamas can fight back, really, in terms of hoping to have any impact. But it's also Israel is how its fight back is how Israel defends itself as well. And Israel just has, as with all of the weapons between Israel and Hamas, Israel's winning, and we
Yeah,
all know that.
obviously.
But Israel wins the propaganda war. That's why I don't believe that the
That's not
propaganda. That's why I
true.
don't. Wait.
If
Oh.
Israel wins the propaganda war, why is anti-Semitism rising worldwide severely? Like, why? If we're winning
Because
the
Israel,
propaganda war.
because Israel and Judaism are not the same thing.
Well, but people do believe it's the exact same thing.
Why do they believe that?
I mean, the Israeli government is not representative of Jewish people, but Israel as a nation.
But why do they believe that? Yeah, it's because the Israeli propaganda machine has consistently pushed that,
What do you mean? I
and
cannot
that
believe
harms
you're,
Jews.
you're
Look at that. That's
I think
crazy.
it's insane that you're blaming anti-Semitism on Israel. That's mad. Like, for real. Really.
I'm not blaming all
Um,
anti-Semitism on Israel. I just think Israel's making anti-Semitism worse. I've said that before verbatim. You don't have to phrase it in a way that makes me look as if, I'm disrespecting anti-Semitism. I actually want to reduce anti-Semitism.
I'm not
That's
trying
why
to
I'm
phrase
against.
it
That's
in
why I'm
any way.
against the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism.
I don't think hate towards civilians anywhere is justified. Hating
Do I hate the
Zionists.
civilians?
I'm just saying Zionist as if it was a bad word is very
I
racist.
what? I'm anti-conservative. Am I
Okay.
against the? Do I hate the conservative civilians? Like, what? Zionism is a political ideology. I disagree with it. I'm anti-Zionist. Nothing more, nothing less. Like, that's really simple. Why are we grasping at straws like this?
I feel like you're really not particularly willing to hear out the other side. I really feel that, honestly.
What have I not heard from you?
I mean, I feel like you are very defensive and you're very leaning towards just victimizing one side of the conflict and just
I'm not. I've
fully.
recognized the atrocity that happened against Israelis.
Well, but now you don't support the idea of Israel defending itself, which is very
What do you mean?
ironic.
When did I say that? What do you mean? Wait,
Well,
what do you mean now as well? Like, what did I say that just now that said that?
nothing just now. Like in general,
So
this
you
entire
said
conversation
just
is
now.
about.
So, but like,
Well,
okay,
okay, honestly, I'm like getting tired. If that's okay.
okay.
I'm living war right now. I'm really tired and confused at this point, but I did enjoy talking to you and yeah. Thank you
Hey, well,
for
I
having
appreciate
me.
coming up. Thank you.
Bye.
Peace out. Also, justice for all. You've been spamming the comments, and I've seen you talking about the hospital. I didn't catch her comment about the hospital. It was a really fast-paced discussion, so that's why I didn't correct it, obviously. But sorry. Okay. Um, do I still have Wi-Fi? Can y'all still hear me? Yeah, gorge. Okay. Um, um. Good. Thank you so much. We got 2,000 people on here, which is absolutely gorgeous. So happy to have this type of eyes and ears on the issue. I'm trying to get eyes and ears on the issue more and more. So if you can keep on sending likes, thank you so much for the gifts that boost the live so much. And do follow me up here if you don't already. And do follow my YouTube if you don't already. I will be posting this live on this YouTube if you want to watch it again. The link is in my bio. Anyway, okie dokie. Why is that not moved? Anyway.
Yeah, I heard their whole conversation.
What?
I heard their whole conversation. Just want to ask you, you say that Israel was colonized illegally, right?
Yeah, in violation of what would now be recognized as
You live
international
in the
laws. Yeah.
US, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
Why?
live in
Well,
the US.
I live currently.
The America was formed before, the nations world and everything that has built international law, but the British mandate ruled Israel because of international law. So how come you say here it was illegal, but do you think you live in a legal state that was formed legally?
No.
Okay, so if it's not relevant and you're not getting the hell out of America, so why is it relevant here now?
Well, I don't think that all Israelis should leave Israel. So you're
Of
just
course
straw
you
manning
don't
what I
think
said.
Israel should. Do you know they even butchered people in
Like
1921,
no,
1929?
like if you ask me a question, like I
No,
never
I'm
said that
I'm
all
asking
Israel. But
you.
the thing is I never said
I'm
that all
asking you.
Israelis should.
It's a conversation. It's a
It's a
TikTok.
conversation. I'm going to engage in the first point you made. We're not going to pivot around everywhere. So, do I believe they were made in violation of international law? Yeah, because they made two mutually exclusive agreements with the Arabs and the Jews, right? They said they
They
would
made
establish.
an
Okay,
agreement. What
shush.
agreement? What agreement? What agreement?
Do you want to ask it a fourth time?
Tell me what's the agreement. Who agreed?
So the British government like made a promise to the Arabs at the time, right? Under the Foucault-Sykes agreement, right? It wasn't directly in the Foucault-Sykes agreement or Sykes-Picot agreement, directly after it. they agreed to make an Arab state at the time, right? And then they made a promise in the Balfour Declaration to give one to the Jews, right? Those are two mutually exclusive agreements that they then tried to reconcile, right? So, that's in violation of international law. But yeah, I don't believe
But
colonization is acceptable. Great, thank you. I don't believe in it.
You're talking about an agreement that was made, right? Before they came here, the British men, they didn't have any resolution about anything, and then the Holocaust.
I'm gonna get someone who can debate productively. It's been 2 hours. I'm done. But let's see. I don't think that's good. Okay. So if you agree with me, drop out of the guest requests. If you agree with me, drop out of the guest requests, please. I just want someone who can disagree, functionally. And if you agree with me, and I let you up, it's gonna be really awkward, because I'm gonna be like, oh, cool, but you know, uh,
Hello, Will.
yellow.
So I've been listening to your conversation, and and English is not my first language, so if I say something that's not appropriate, so I've been listening to her, and she said, British government granted Israel to Israeli, to Jewish basically. So I would like to say something. Do you have a car?
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I will give you a car. How's that?
What?
It's a logic question, so basically, sorry.
Make your point. Tell me what your thesis is.
So, how can someone, I don't own something, I don't own a car, and I give someone's car to you? Like, it doesn't work, right?
Well, so if I steal a car and then I sell it to you and you give me money, I've given you the car and I've sold it to you, but illegally.
Illegally, yeah. So
So
that's the point that she was making, and it
it
didn't
was a
make
bad
sense.
point.
Yeah, so I wanted to discuss with her about that point, and she dropped. So
Oh, you
okay,
want? Yeah. Okay, cool. Appreciate you
thank
coming
you.
up.
Have a good one.
See how that was awkward, everyone? Because he agreed with me, and that's not the point of this live. Also, for everyone asking what my position is, this is my position. This is the topic, right? Is I'm advocating the end of American funding of it, right? And then we can go from there, right? So I'm not sitting on the fence. I'm not suggesting a solution. This is what I'm suggesting. Okay? It's our funding, it's our point. Thank you so much to that person for that.
Hello?
Hi, what'd you send a guest request to Fred?
Hello? I was actually
Oh no. We got some echoing, everyone. Hello.
Hey, Will.
Hi, what'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah, I'm from Malaysia, and we in Malaysia are, of course, we know the history between Palestine and Israel. And I have to say that I agree with the points, and I just want to know what do you think gonna happen next?
Yes, I mean, I think fundamentally Gaza is going to be leveled is probably what's going to happen. So it's not good.
Mm. It's not good, right? So I really adore this live session, and I hope that many more live session like this would happen, and people would really see what the real news is, rather than being bombarded by the all the Israel propaganda. So that's
Great.
just
Thank
my
you so much.
all
I appreciate
right.
you coming up. I'll see you.
Okay.
Hmm. Thing is like people are either not loading or send a guest request if you disagree with me, everyone. This is not difficult. This is not difficult. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, would you send a guest request to disagree on?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Peace out. Okay. I'm pissing a lot of people off, but like, oh well.
Controllers don't work. I can't even play. I gotta get new controllers. Yeah. Oh.
So I strongly disagree on one of your major points. You said something about a two-state solution.
I don't know what I said about a two-state solution. What's the part you disagree with?
Oh, you someone asked you what do you see as a positive outcome, and you said that you propose a two-state solution.
I
It was
don't think
two.
I said that that was a positive outcome. I said that that's the first viable outcome.
Well, yeah. I mean, you mentioned it as an outcome. Wait, but you don't necessarily agree with a two-state solution. Is that's
Not morally, I pragmatically do. Also, your audio is like actually making me want to like cry and die. So sorry. Um, bro, I'm not gonna show positive energy. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
So I just got into the live. So what's your idea for the best solution if not a two-state solution?
I mean, I wasn't advocating a two-state solution immediately. I was just saying America should stop funding the attacks and violations of human rights being committed daily by Israel.
But you're not funding, I'm Israeli, you're not funding Israeli, you're just funding your own economy.
We are funding Israel right now. We send $3 billion to Israel.
Yeah, so let me explain you. You're American?
I am American. I live in the UK though.
You live in the UK. Okay, let me explain you. So you probably didn't check. Uh, every money that Israel gets from America or whatever, we need to at least 80% of this to buy weapons from the US. I don't know if you know, Israel are manufacturing weapons number 4 in the world. We don't need American weapons. So
Okay, then you can
they
stop
actually
using it. If you don't think we need you, then like,
just a second. We don't want American money. Don't even think we want American money. Israel don't want American money. We don't need it.
okay, cool, then we agree.
So
They should stop giving it to them.
Stop what?
Giving it to the Israelis.
Yeah, I agree with you. But you get why are they giving us that?
I mean, for a huge amount of reasons, but like primarily due to a weapons partnership as well as importance in power in the Middle East.
No, it's only to get money back to the economy because the American economy is dying. Just one more fact. $50 billion are going on the budget for healthcare rip-offs, like people who scam healthcare. 50 billion in the budget for healthcare scamming. So 10 billion, 6.
Hey, man. Hope you're well. Anyway, I just want to make a couple of points. I do believe there's a lot of people out there that think this all started, on October 7th, and basically that's the first they ever heard of it. I'm sure there are people around the world that had no idea that this was going on, and the first thing that they ever heard was obviously the 7th of October. Apart from that, I'm just saying that I've been listening to your live stream for a while now, and I've totally loved basically how you're not really picking any side and you're just pointing facts. But yeah, I'm just gonna get off now. I'm just saying that you're doing an awesome job. I've loved it, and I look forward to the other videos that you do. So peace out, brother.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, end all U.S. military funding of Israel until the heinous war crimes are done. Hello. Oh, crazy, losing my mind, dying, crying, throwing up, shitting myself. Ah. Oh, it's so dark. Hello. We got some high quality debates, everyone. No, Ronnie.
Hello.
Hi, would you send a guest request to disagree on?
I'm just sorry. I just want to say something to the girl before this.
No thanks.
Like,
Yo,
Hello. What's up? Would
can
you
you
send
hear
a guest
me?
request to disagree on?
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that you cannot colonize your own indigenous land. Do you agree?
You cannot colonize. I mean, I imagine you can. You just might be justified in doing
No,
so.
you can because the definition is to colonize the indigenous people.
Yeah, and you did colonize an indigenous people. You're
No,
just
we
another
were
group
there
of indigenous
first.
people.
No, no, no.
I
No,
mean,
no, we
you
were there
literally
first.
were not there first.
No, we were there first.
I mean, you literally were not, right? Like, you
Did
were
you
not.
want to go back to history? Do you want to go back to history?
I mean, I don't doubt that there have been. You don't understand the spirit of what I'm saying. You
Mm-hmm.
and your parents were not there literally first, right? The
My
people you claim, yeah,
my
the people you claim,
ancestors.
yeah, great, yeah, your
Mm-hmm.
ancestors, great,
Yeah.
um, were there as well as the ancestors of Palestinians.
No, actually, there's a genetics that shows that all the Palestinians that have genetics to this land have Jews genetics too. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
yeah.
So,
So
yo,
all of
no,
them.
let,
Wait,
let me
yeah. So
finish, please, please.
no, I'm
No, no,
not. I'm
no,
not
please, please.
because
It's not all of them. Please, I didn't. Please let me finish. So every one of those Palestinians that have Jewish genetics, it means that they converted to Islam when the Ottoman Empire conquered the land. So my point is, it's the Jewish land. The Jews were there first. I'm for two states, yeah, but what I'm saying is that you cannot say that we colonized this country because we were there first.
So what did
Okay?
I verbatim say, actually?
What?
What did I actually verbatim say? I use my words very precisely.
Can you tell me what you said?
I said that Israel was a colonial construct.
Okay, so let's go back to 48, can we?
No, yeah, so it's
Okay,
Israel
so
was a colonial construct. Was
okay,
Israel created and funded by a colonial power?
but you can colonize your own country.
Answer my question.
You understand? No, you cannot colonize your own country.
Was Israel created by a colonial power?
No. Wait a minute. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, he's 18, y'all. Was Israel created? Okay, Britain
Okay,
was
so
not a
I have an
Britain. One
argument.
second, Ronnie. Was
Uh-huh.
Britain a colonial power?
Britain, yeah.
Okay. Did Britain create what eventually became Israel?
They gave the land to
Wonderful.
Israel.
They
Yeah.
created it effectively. They create what effectively became Israel.
Okay, but
Israel was
Israel isn't
created
a
by a colonial
colonial,
power. What
but
happens
they were
when you're created by a colonial power is you are a colonial construct.
no, because you were there first. You cannot colonize your own
But
country.
no.
Okay,
But
so
you,
I want to show you. No, do you know what was the appeal commission?
what?
Do you
The
know
Peel
what was that?
Commission?
Yeah, when
Yeah.
when we
What in
offered
1948?
80%. No, way before that, 80% to the Arabs, 20% to the Jews. Jews agreed, Arab declined. We're going back to 48, two-state solution. Jews agreed, Arabs declined and attacked Israel with five different Arab countries. They lost. Okay?
What was the proportion in the Peel Commission? I actually haven't looked into it.
80% to Arabs, 20% to Jews. You can check this.
Conclusions drawn.
Yeah, I'm not lying.
I'm not immediately getting that information, but
For everyone in the
conclusion
comments
that was drawn.
that say that I'm lying, you can check it. I'm not lying.
Oh, but the Jews get Tel Aviv and
No,
Haifa.
but 20%, 80%. There's no excuses. Okay, we agreed, they declined.
Wait, but the Jews get Tel Aviv, Jaffa,
Okay.
Haifa, Acre, as well as Tiberias along the river. So they get a huge amount of the fertile land, right? And then there's an international area around Jerusalem. Was this ever actually proposed?
Yes, and the Arab declined, and they
When?
said that they want. Do you know what the Arab leader said? Let me tell you. 1 second.
Oh yeah, okay. The Palestinian Arab Society rejected the partition plan.
And called for
For
an
Arabs,
independent states of Palestine.
for the Arabs, the plan envisioned giving Zionists the best land, with 82% of Palestine's principal export, citrus fruit, consigned to Jewish control.
But the Arab leader opposed the idea of a Jewish state and called for an independent state of Palestine. Okay?
Yeah, and they denied it because you gave the best land to the Jews.
No,
So
20%, 80%. So let's go back to
you're
48.
really stuck on that. You know one fact, but like there's things other than that. There's desert in Palestine. You know that,
and you know,
Ronnie.
in
So let's just be
48,
honest. No,
yes,
but
there is
talk
desert.
about this plan. Talk about this plan. The 20% that they gave the Jews would give 82% of Palestine's principal export, citrus, to Jewish control. That plan would economically cripple the Palestinian owners, the Palestinian residents of this area.
But actually, let me tell you something. All the area that in the 20% was by Jews. Jews bought it. Okay, Jews. There is a. Do you know how do this man call?
If we want to talk about, are you saying that there were Jewish labor unions
No,
within that area that were
no,
by and
I'm
large
saying that
fighting against Arabs?
the 20% of that, the Jews bought it. Okay, so it was there. But can
What's
you
your
tell me how
argument?
long? No, I want to ask you a question. Can you tell me how long have we been occupying the West Bank and Gaza?
How long have they been occupying the West Bank and Gaza?
Yeah.
What, since 1967, and then they ended occupation of the West Bank in in 2006 while maintaining a blockade after 2014.
Yeah. So can I ask you a question? We didn't
I mean, if
occupy
it's
the West
this
Bank.
isn't going to become like a
Wait,
history
wait.
test. Like, what's your point? You need to make an argument.
My point is, why before 67 there was still a conflict?
Because there was
Why
still occupation of
Palestinians?
land,
No,
yes.
we didn't occupy. We didn't
You didn't
occupy.
occupy
Why
Gaza or the West Bank, right?
before
But you
67?
consistently encroached upon land
No,
that the
we didn't.
Palestinians.
No.
Okay,
There
Ronnie.
was so
Ronnie,
many
if you ask
terrorist
me a
attacks.
question, if you ask me a question,
Yeah.
what do I
Mm-hmm.
expect you to do?
Mm-hmm.
What do I expect you to do, Ronnie, if you ask me a question?
Okay, answer the question.
Do you understand that expectation?
Answer the question.
Do you understand that expectation?
Mm-hmm.
Will you respect it?
Absolutely.
Then let's go forward doing that. Why was there
Mm-hmm.
still violence? Well, there was maintained violence between Jewish settlers and Zionist leaders and Palestinians and Palestinian leaders.
That's not true. That's not
Fascinating.
true. For every terrorist attack that the Palestinians made, there was something called the reprisal from the military, the IDF, when they attacked the
Wait,
terrorists.
but
So there was
when we're
no.
talking, if we're talking a continued set of violence from like the 1880s when Jewish colonizers
No, I'm
came
talking
to the
about
land, you're
48 to
talking post
67.
48.
48 to
Wonderful.
67.
Yeah, so there was consistent violence between the two, and there was consistent. So at the very least, the denial of Nakba refugees, right?
Okay, well,
In
I
that
wanna
time, stop
address that.
speaking.
I wanna
The
address that. Can I
you
address
can't
that?
address it after I'm done finishing.
Okay.
So the denial of Nakba refugees is in violation of international law, has been recognized as in violation of international law. Violating international law is violence.
Okay, so can I address that? Okay, so in 48, when 5 Arabs, different Arab countries, attacked Israel, actually most of the Arabs left before Israel even got there, because the Arab country, they were so sure that they're going to win against the Jews. They were so sure, so they told the Arabs to leave, and then they will come back. I'm not denying that some Arabs did get kicked out, but most of them left on their own, because the 5 different Arab countries attacked us. Okay?
And why did they leave, though?
Because 5 different Arab countries told them, go, and then come back when we will
But why would they
win
have to
against the
go?
Jews.
But why would they have to go?
Because they didn't want them to be inside the war area.
Oh, war area.
You understand?
Okay, and who would be attacking them?
No, defending. If someone is
But
attacking you, you are defending.
Who would be attacking that area?
Who will be attacking the area? The IDS.
Okay, so they were expelled from violence.
Why would the IDF
Yeah,
attack
no,
the
you can
area?
talk about the justification of the
No,
IDF. I know. You can talk about the
cherry pick.
justification for the IDF violence, but it is true they were expelled because of violence within their region. They're not responsible
But
for the.
violence
1 second.
by who?
No. They're not responsible for the violence by those Arab countries. You don't believe civilians are responsible for the violence of their governments, right?
No.
So
But
we're not
there
going to
was a lot.
blame. So we're not. So then we're not going to blame, right, the Arab civilians for the violence of the Arab countries, are we? Is that what we're going to do? Is that what we're going to do?
No, I didn't blame him. I'm
So
saying
okay, cool.
that's not my point. But
cool.
that's not my point.
My point is though, is they were expelled because of violence within their region.
So who is the responsible? Who do you put the responsibility for the
No one's
expulsion?
No one's responsible.
Okay, so
any more than anyone else.
doesn't responsibility.
No. This is fascinating.
Responsibility for that.
Every country has an international obligation to respect international rights, human rights.
Mm-hmm.
Israel has signed on to this pact just like everyone else. One of those rights that people have is the right of return. Okay? And when you are expelled from a country due to violence within that country, that later you have the right to return when it is more peaceful, which is now.
But
They are
it wasn't more
denying. So
peaceful.
1 second, Ronnie.
It
Do
wasn't
you
more
believe?
peaceful.
1
That's
second, Ronnie.
false.
1 second, Ronnie.
It wasn't peaceful. Okay.
It is is now more peaceful.
Now, in this very moment,
Like the places they were expelled from, right? Like in homeland Israel, like
no,
Tel
there were
Aviv,
still
or like
terrorist
places around.
attacks.
But
There were
Ronnie,
still
so
terrorist
let me.
attacks.
This is nonsense. Obviously, it's more
There
peaceful
were
than an
still terrorist
active.
attacks.
Wait, Ronnie,
Do
it's
you know?
obviously more. Oh, 1 second, Ronnie. It's obviously more peaceful than an active war zone.
But
You know
it's
that,
still not
right?
peaceful. Yes, but it's still not
But
peaceful
what
because there were still terrorist attacks. There were still terrorist attacks.
do you want to say it a fourth time?
Nope. You
What
can
was
go
there
ahead.
still, Ronnie?
You can tell me.
Was there still the terrorist attack?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to say it again? Do you want to make yourself feel better?
No, you can say it again if you want.
Okay. So, do you believe that if Israel signs an international treaty, they should abide by it?
Yeah, maybe. It depends on the situation.
When is it acceptable to break the law?
It's not acceptable to break the law.
Okay. So, them violating an international treaty would be breaking the law. So, do you believe that they should respect the law?
No, actually not. If people from that area are committing terrorist attacks, you can say to us to bring some of them back. Okay? We're not going to risk our civilians. Do you understand that? Do you understand that we're not going to risk our civilians?
That's not
Okay?
even the
That's
excuse that
logical.
Israel provided.
That's logical.
Do you know one of the primary excuses that Israel provided for denying the Nakba refugees?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what they said?
You can. There's a lot of them. You can tell me. Which one are you talking about?
They claimed it would be a demographic threat. Is something being a demographic threat an acceptable reason to violate international law?
But there was multiple reasons, not just one. You cannot cherry pick just that only reason. Do you understand that?
I'm just
You
saying, is
cannot
that
do
an
that.
I'm asking you if that's an acceptable reason.
No, but there's more reason, not just that.
Okay, cool. Wonderful.
Okay.
So
exactly.
Let's say, for example, the refugees in Jordan, right, where there are not active attacks from Jordan or terroristic attacks from Jordan going on. Do you believe they should accept the refugees from? Do you believe they
there were
should
still
accept the
terrorist
refugees
attacks
from?
from Jordan. But there were still terrorist attacks from Jordan. Okay, so don't say that.
I'm talking
There were
specifically.
still
So
terrorist attacks.
Let's talk now then. Do you believe they should accept the Nakba refugees from Jordan?
But there was. What do you mean now?
Now, there are Nakba
To where?
refugees in Jordan. Should they be accepted back into Israel, where they were driven out of?
Maybe in Palestine, not in Israel. In the West Bank or Gaza.
Wait, but that's not where they were driven out of.
That doesn't matter.
So you don't believe that they should respect their international right to return to
I
the
don't
home they
believe
were
that they have
driven
the
out
right
of?
to return to Israel. I don't believe they have the right to
Israel
return
has
to Israel.
recognized a right of return.
But I don't believe they have the right to return. Okay.
But Israel has. So do you disagree with Israel's international obligations?
Yeah.
Okay, then take that up with the Israeli government. You think it is acceptable for the Israeli government to violate the international law? Cool,
No,
we both disagree
I believe
with international law. What year were you born, Ronnie?
2005.
2005. Okay. Enjoy your day. Okay. I'll probably make a little bit of a little exit because I'm tie-tie. I'm tired. And then I'll probably be later on later. But okay. I do also literally have a headache. This is so bad. Okay. Thank you so much for everyone watching. Truly so much. I'll be uploading this probably on my YouTube. If I don't, it'll be on my Patreon in a bit. Do follow my Patreon. That's the most direct way to support this. Thank you so much for everyone slaying. And yeah, keep your eyes and ears on this issue. I'm trying to build awareness for this issue. That's why I want to have a live on this. That's why I want to discuss it. That's why I talk like this. So thank you so much for everyone. I'll give everyone kind of a second. Do follow me. Do take a second and follow my YouTube. I really appreciate people following my YouTube because TikTok is not a big fan of me, and TikTok is coming after a lot of people's accounts right now, like a lot of people's accounts. And that's no fun. So yeah, thank you. My YouTube is the link is in my bio directly. So thank you so much for everyone who's going out and doing that. Yeah, great. Okay. Much love to everyone, and peace out.